please call the roll.
Commissioner Slick?
Here.
Commissioner Alvarez?
Here.
Commissioner Stoudemeyer Wesley? Commissioner Higgins?
Here.
Chair Cruz?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have a brief notice to read. As required by state law, Prosper Portland invites the public to access and attend this meeting in person. There's also a YouTube live stream video of the meeting, and the public has had the opportunity to arrange in advance to provide virtual testimony. At this time, the public may provide written testimony to the commission by emailing prospercommissioners@prosperportland.us. Again, prospercommissioners@prosperportland.us. Thank you. All right, so first we have commissioner reports as usual. Does anyone have anything they'd like to report this month? No? No? Okay. So then we'll go straight to the executive director report with Kimberly Brown.
Thank you, Chair Cruz and Commissioners. Good afternoon. Nice to see everyone. So as we've been doing for the last few months, I'm going to give an update, and we have a short PowerPoint that I'm going to walk through to provide you with an update on where we are with Advance Portland. As you'll recall, this is our 5-year economic development strategy that was adopted last spring. We had a chance to engage with the Advance Portland External Advisory Committee last week. Yep, last week. And we're able to share with them some of the information and walk through the state of Portland economy that we shared with you last time. So we want to talk a little bit just about where we are on our performance on Advance Portland. So I think that was enough preamble to pull up the deck. All right, so we can go to the next slide. Thanks, Justin. Okay, so as a reminder, there was a deep quantitative and qualitative analysis that led to the adoption and the findings within Advance Portland. But when you boil it down, it really came down to the fact that when you look back at the last 2 decades, Portland's accelerated growth through the attraction of skilled labor really enabled the economy to flourish. So we had a population-based growth strategy, but that we failed to adequately tend to the fundamentals or equitably manage the consequences of that growth. So the fundamentals being a positive business environment, tending to the ways in which we actually have equitable access to employment opportunities and are providing the kinds of key fundamentals that support economic growth. And the quote up there came through a business leader, but that, just noticing that we have a funny relationship with success. When you're young and scrappy and not making any money, you're super cool. But as soon as you change, absolutely nothing you're doing, but you're successful, then you're not cool anymore, you're evil. So this kind of dichotomy, or the business community, public sector, business community fracturing, undermines our ability to really take on some of the key challenges. And that in a post-pandemic environment, what we know is that we can no longer take growth for granted. We're seeing population stagnation, employment stagnation, and so Advance Portland, which is summarized on the next slide, really calls for embracing the foundational values that you see at the bottom. So continuing to make sure that we are furthering racial equity and inclusion, advancing climate action, building effective institutions and partnerships, not just quick relationships, but actually lasting institutions and partnerships to overcome some of the fractured dynamics that we've seen before. And then perhaps most controversially, really embracing and managing growth as the way through to advance inclusive growth in Portland. And so the 4 objectives that were key to this plan are propelling inclusive economic growth and innovation, really digging into and supporting our traded sector industries that in which we have most competitive advantage, identifying those things that are barriers to growth, and then looking at opportunities to deploy green and clean services and products. The second objective is to promote equitable wealth creation, so looking in particular at supporting small businesses and developers and contractors of color, looking at supporting people in East Portland and other underserved communities, and really making sure that we are not only closing the racial equity employment gap, but also the racial equity wealth gap, which, as we know, is 10 times greater. The third objective is a big one, and particularly important in a post-pandemic environment, and that is fostering a vibrant central city and neighborhood commercial districts, using a suite of tailored tools and partnerships that meet the needs of our central city districts or the neighborhoods in which we are investing and partnering. And so that looks like identifying places that need more access to affordable housing or more market rate housing production, looking at how we are solidifying main streets across our city and reimagining our central city in general. And then the fourth is kind of the sister objective to the first, which is really connecting Portlanders to those high-quality, future-ready sectors, high-quality jobs in future-ready sectors, whether that's in the clean economy or in healthcare or construction or athletic and outdoor. So that's the 5-year strategy that we put forward. And one of the things that we promised is that we would not let the strategy sit on the shelf. And so we were pleased to share on the next slide that of the year one priorities, we are able to put check marks by all of them because we made meaningful progress on each and every one of the 10 objectives that we put forward. And so I'm not going to go into too much detail because we have a really full agenda, but just at a high level, starting from objective 1, we prioritized establishing and deploying new incentives for business retention and expansion, so expanded the enterprise zone, created the business income tax credit. We proposed to City Council an economic impact statement so that in addition to a fiscal impact and a climate impact and community impact legislation that goes in front of City Council now has to speak to the impact for small businesses, employment growth, and development capacity. Under Commissioner Rubio's leadership, the permitting functions within the City of Portland were consolidated. We secured support to establish an Office of Small Business, which is a long hoped for amenity within, or not an amenity, but a long hoped for support for small businesses within our small business city. We established within Prosper Portland new grants and lending tools to increase access to capital. We launched, as you know well, the TIF district exploration process on a very shortened timeline. We created the new Office of Events and Film and supported thousands of Portlanders to come to the central city and across town. And we advanced catalytic projects, including Broadway Corridor, OMSI, and others through major investments. And then we also worked hard to retain and support the expansion of employers like Daimler to make sure that there were employment opportunities. And then PSEF has done a number of investments, has made a number of investments that really work on addressing workforce development needs for the clean economy. Next slide, please. So the team has done some work, and we'll be back to you to talk in more depth about what the year 2 priorities are. But what you'll see is that continuing to focus on how we support the retention, expansion, and recruitment of major employers, particularly in those target industries, is a top priority. Successfully establishing the Office of Small Businesses is a huge priority. Securing approval for the new TIF districts, but then pursuing funding from the state and federal government to support our priorities is a key priority. And then we know that there are massive investments of federal, state, and local funding that is coming in, but it's particularly from the federal government. And so leveraging those and identifying how we collectively make sure that there are equitable workforce participation and construction opportunities is a high priority. So that, at this point, is my executive director report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so next up we have meeting minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve the August 28, 2024 meeting minutes?
I so move.
Second?
Sure. Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, minutes are approved. Okay, next we have public comment for items not on the agenda. As I mentioned earlier, the public can provide public comment to the commission by emailing prospercommissioners@prosperportland.us. I understand we have 2 folks who are going to comment this time. Mary Ann Schwab is here in person, and Karanja Cruz is on Zoom. So would Ms. Schwab like to come up to the microphone? Okay. Is Ms. Schwab here?
She is, she's on that.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and go with Mr. Cruz then? Bob will join later.
Okay.
Okay? All right, Mr. Cruz, if you're on Zoom and available, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, hello everyone. Sorry, I'm in transition right now, but I just wanted to get on and just share my appreciation for Kimberly's leadership. I know she's transitioning, and I know you guys have the interim executive director that's going to be taking her spot. And I just wanted to share a quick story. One of the things I appreciate, and I'm hoping the new executive director will definitely carry this on, is I met Kimberly in 2015 when they did community work around the TIF and trying to invest more into the African American community. And one of the things I really appreciated was the listening sessions. And one of the things I really advocated for was that we needed to have more loans, have more grants than loans. And I advocated for that for a good 5 years. And I feel like finally someone was able to listen to that advocacy. The reason why that's important is because I know Prosper does a lot of capital stack, but I don't want you guys to forget about the people that don't have capital. That's one of the things I've constantly been advocating for, is that if we want to close the wealth gap, we got to be able to bridge a gap and bridge a bridge and be able to have access to capital, so we can be able to have more capital and be able to hire more people in our community. So I just wanted to get on here just to, express my appreciation for her leadership and my appreciation for the interim executive director. And thank you for your leadership. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. All right, Ms. Schwab, if you'd like to go ahead then. Just a reminder, we have 3 minutes so, for each person.
For me to talk in 3 minutes, hang on, here we go. My name is Mary Ann Schwab. I live in the Sunnyside neighborhood since 1971. I have been a neighborhood activist for many, many years within that, and many, many positions on the Sunnyside board. I'm here today because when Jimmy Carter, I'm going way back 40 years, was here running for president and he won, we were working very, very hard to try to get an inner southeast swimming pool community center on the school property. What I have since learned, and you're selling property that's owned by the public, that's why I'm here. Washington High School, when we put that in and we really worked on this project, I went to Multnomah County and I checked every housing process for people that donated things in perpetuity. The piece that was donated is the parking lot right next to the high school, south of the high school. That family donated it for their great-great-grandchildren and ours. And meantime, who bought the property but Parks? I didn't find that out until I just checked the recent budget, 23-24, and they have been collecting the property taxes, hopefully for our swimming pool, but what happened to all that money? I'm really upset with how people are spending our tax dollars. I don't want to lose that property to BlackRock. That property is on 12th. Already someone came through our city into the neighborhood. A young man's been in Portland 3 years. He went every neighborhood association. He wanted to support a developer that could put their 3-story, 4-story, 5-story condo wherever they chose. We could have little businesses on the bottom, but what happens to our businesses that have been there since the turn of the century on Belmont? What happens to our little businesses that are on Hawthorne and down on Division? We have to pay attention to the needs of the people, and half of these buildings and condos, they're made out of particle board. I can tell you where there's 8 apartments right now with seniors living in them that is full of mold. Do you think I can get the blind people in there to muck them out? No. And I've really thrown a lot at you, and I don't know how much is registered, but I'd be more than happy to meet with you one-on-one to go through this list of how we can try to protect our land for the next generations. Little tiny schools go out now. This county has no money. Multnomah County is responsible. I don't know how Multnomah County gave themselves permission to sell public property, school property. And what happened to their union? I'm not going down that road. I'm a retired high school secretary. I've given my whole life to kids, and they are being cheated. Out of 50 states, our school district is 3rd from the bottom. That's a mortal sin. Our kids don't know how to write a check. They don't even know how to fill out a paperwork to get a work permit. And I did serve 12 years as a job placement secretary for these teenagers, and my kids did get jobs. My name was on them, and I'm very proud of the work and energy that I did when I took my job. But who's taking these jobs today? When I called and asked for a question, oh, that's 4 levels before my pay grade. Who hired that person? And where is, they'd never tell me who to call, but I'm so happy that we now have 311. That is our saving grace, Portland. If ever you need any trouble, any question, just call 311, and that highly skilled staff will get you to the right office. And thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you for your comments today. Okay, next we'll turn to the regular agenda, and I have a brief note to read before that. Next, we'll move on to the regular agenda. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes unless I, as board chair, state otherwise. Your microphone will be muted when your time is over. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or board deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, the board may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. So hopefully we'll never get to any of that, but that's our standard disclaimer. Okay, next we have item number 6, action item, updating delegation of general administrative authority to the executive director. And Hope Whitney, general counsel, will present.
Good afternoon, Chair Cruz, Commissioners, Executive Director Branham. I'm here today to present on this matter that would update the Executive Director's delegation of authority from the board. Just waiting for my 2-slide PowerPoint. All right, next slide, please. So as background, back in 2004, the board passed 2 resolutions delegating authority to act in certain circumstances to the executive director. One resolution provided that the executive director had authority to enter into contracts procured under our local contracting rules up to $500,000. We're not changing that. That is staying in place. We are taking a look at resolution number 6214, adopted in December of 2004, which delegated similar authority to the executive director in all other contracts, like grants and loans and intergovernmental agreements, also subject to that $500,000 cap generally, or as permitted in board-approved loan guidelines. So it's been a while since 2004, and we generally operate under that resolution quite well. There are just aspects of it that went unstated. You know, it kind of required a legal interpretation every time someone asked the question whether something needed to come before the board, and we thought this was a good time to update that and clarify it and just flesh out all the circumstances where something would come to the board or the executive director had authority to act. So next slide, please. The only changes that are being implemented with this update is the first, which would allow the executive director to enter into contracts that are just, standard kind of boilerplate agreements for matters that the board has already specifically appropriated the funds for that purpose in an adopted budget. So this aligns with a change that the City of Portland is making with their new form of organization of government. And it will just really prevent, you adopt the budget, you consider priorities for programs and projects, and it was just kind of a redundant step to have the contract itself come back to you if it's just a standard contract. The other change that this makes is it clarifies that the executive director's expenditure limit of $500,000, which again, we're not changing, applies to individual grant projects, not grantees. We were kind of aggregating these grants in the past, and this clarifies that the limit applies to grant projects themselves. It would also allow flexibility to adjust these approved amounts up to 5%, just recognizing that sometimes cost estimates can vary when projects actually get implemented, and it's not necessary to return to the board for that small variable. It memorializes an interpretation that's been in place that the executive director is permitted to settle disputes up to the expenditure limit, and also asks that the executive director report any significant contracts entered into pursuant to this delegation to the board at the executive director's report. So I'm here to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions, comments? Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve resolution number 7576?
A motion to approve Resolution 7576.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next we have item 7. This is an action item appointing Shay Flaherty Bettine to serve as Prosper Portland Interim Executive Director. Hope you're back.
That's right,
again.
I'm here as well. And I'm looking forward to the last agenda item today. So we'll keep it brief now. This resolution simply implements the board's decision to appoint Shay as the interim executive director, as well as capturing the recommendation that Lisa Abwaf serve as interim deputy director. Don't have much more to say.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion then to approve resolution number 7577?
I so move.
I so second.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion, comments about this?
Just want to say I really appreciate Shay and Lisa stepping into these roles. I think it's very difficult to become an interim executive director of an organization especially after, frankly, such a competent and wonderful executive director is leaving. And I know that that's a challenge for people, and I want to just be clear that as a board member, I think we've all talked about how our willingness to support him in his work, and I've appreciated the work that he's done with the community leading up to this point, and we'll do our work diligently to find an executive director, so you will not be interim forever.
Great, okay, thank you. Any further comments? All right, I would just say I second everything she said, and just very grateful for you guys agreeing to serve in that role, those roles, I should say. Okay, then all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next we have item 8. This is an action item approving the terms of a purchase and sale agreement with Beam Construction and Management LLC and Colas Development Group LLC for the .8 acre Prosper Portland owned parcel between Southeast Salmon, Southeast Water, and Southeast Main Streets, and approving terms of an exclusivity term sheet with buyer for 1.39 acres of Prosper Portland owned property between Southeast Taylor, Southeast Water, and Southeast Madison Street within the Central East Side Tax Increment Financing District. And Lisa Abwaf and Amy Nagy will present. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair Cruz and Commissioners. For the record, I am Lisa Abwaf. I'm the Director of Development and Investment, and I am joined here by Amy Nagy, our Development Manager, who's been leading this project as well as our negotiations with the Beam Colas team. I also want to acknowledge Paul Gagliardi, who's in the midst of having a kid, so is not here with us today, as well as our legal team for their critical work on the project. Next slide, please, Justin. So the board has two actions before them today, and this updates past board actions related to the disposition of the workshop blocks properties previously known as the ODOT blocks. This is an update to our existing agreement with Beam and Colas and not a new transaction approval by the board. First, you would be approving the disposition of a purchase and sale agreement to Beam and Colas for Block B for fair market value. Block B is appraised at a market value of $2.41 million, and it's proposed to be sold for market value net of any environmental conditions, which Amy will describe in further detail as part of the term sheet. Want to make sure that you understand that based on community members' concerns that a long-term ground lease reflected a public subsidy to the project, we have pivoted to a disposition of Block B via purchase and sale agreement. Second is to update our term sheet for disposition of and future development of Blocks A and C. Prosper Portland will retain ownership of A and C during the term of exclusive negotiations with Beam and Colas, and that could be disposed eventually either via a long-term ground lease or via a purchase and sale agreement. Next slide, please, Justin. Redevelopment of the workshop blocks is consistent with both Advance Portland objectives as well as the Central East Side strategic priorities. The project fulfills two key objectives of Advance Portland. First, to increase commercial activity and catalyze public-private partnerships in the Central City. That's our objective 3. As our board is aware, our Central City has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic with exceptionally high office vacancy rates and deteriorating commercial property values. Continued losses not only negatively impact our social services and capital investments that are dependent on that tax base, but also undermine the stability of our small retailers and entrepreneurial businesses in the Central East Side. Second, we have the goal and objective of promoting equitable wealth creation by supporting local and BIPOC-owned development firms like Beam and Colas to access larger scale projects like the workshop blocks. Next slide, please, Justin. The workshop blocks has been a long-standing priority for the Central East Side, including the Central East Side Industrial Council as well as adjacent businesses, as one of only a handful of what we called previously strategic sites in the Central East Side. The intent of the redevelopment of those blocks is to serve the district's role as a jobs and economic hub for the region and our Central City while aligning with earlier TIF investments in the area, for example, at East Bank Esplanade. Next slide, please, Justin. It's a 3-clicker. Just as a bit of, we thought it was important to kind of go back in time. I know there's been a lot of coverage in terms of how did we first acquire the property through to how did we solicit for the development partner, so it felt important to revisit and reaffirm that timeline. The project, as I mentioned, is not new to the board. It came before you at the time of acquisition from ODOT, as well as the RFP selection in 2018, the term sheet approvals in 2020, and again today. We acquired the 3 parcels from ODOT in 2016, thus the initial naming of them as the ODOT blocks, very creative. We acquired the 3 properties that you actually see outlined here in white with A, B, and C named on them, while ODOT retained the properties to the west, what you see in the shaded blue, for both I-5 maintenance as well as potential future infrastructure realignment. In 2018, we led a competitive RFP process. That RFP included multiple goals and criteria for selection, which you see listed here in the 2017 line item. In May 2018, the board received an update on the RFP process, including the evaluation committee's rationale for recommending we move forward with the Beam Colas team. And that selection, as included in the report to the board at that time, was based on the following consideration: the development team's significant experience across the team in the Central East Side and with projects of comparable scale, as well as with public-private partnerships. Experience and understanding across the team of addressing and understanding the priority for inclusion within the project. You see that also listed as one of the RFP's criteria. And the development team's aligned mission and values and deep experience in design projects that support small businesses and the Central East Side as a job center. In 2020, we brought the term sheet before the board for your consideration. At that time, it was anticipated that the first phase of development was to occur on Block A with B and C to follow. And our agreement was a long-term ground lease actually for Block A with exclusive negotiating rights on B and C. With the pandemic, as we are very familiar, new urban, commercial, and industrial office development and related financing became infeasible. As a result, Beam Development, in partnership with Colas Development, went out to look for new opportunities for how they could accomplish the other goals of the RFP, including timeliness of development at minimum to no public subsidy. After discussion with Live Nation, they proposed an entertainment venue for Block B that would fill an existing gap in Portland's venue market while bringing a destination use to the Central East Side. And in 2022, last but not least, and we'll cover this in greater detail, in response to community concerns, Prosper hired Johnson Economics to complete a third-party industry analysis and reviewed and convened that analysis with a coalition of industry partners, business partners via roundtables. Next slide, please. I want to take a minute to appreciate the many community members who have participated throughout the process, including as part of the RFP Advisory Committee. That is what you see on the left-hand side, as well as the roundtables. The RFP Advisory Committee was actually convened specifically as an evaluation committee for the RFP. So it was a short-term team who was convened to help us evaluate the proposals. We often do this as part of a disposition of our properties. You see the names listed here. It included small businesses and business interests in the Central East Side, as well as members of City Hall and the Central East Side Industrial Council. The roundtable included similar voices, so you see the mayor's office continued to be involved, and City Hall leadership, as well as industry partners, the Central East Side Industrial Council, and in fact, a broader array of interests based on the proposed music venue. Next slide, please, Justin. And before I close it and hand it over to Amy to walk through the terms of each of our agreements in further detail, just wanted to reflect further on what is the state of the Central City and why do we think this is an important contribution to the Central East Side, as well as reinvigorating our Central City. The global impact of the pandemic really rendered new urban, commercial, and industrial office development infeasible. There are no new office buildings going into Portland, and one of the reasons is what you see in the chart on the right-hand side. After peaking in 2019, our average commercial real estate lease rates have steadily declined, and we are in fact at 31% vacancy in our Central City today. It is actually one of the highest vacancies in urban Central City in the US. And with that, I will hand it to Amy as to what we are proposing as an alternative for ensuring rapid redevelopment of the sites.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Executive Director Branham, Amy Nagy, Development Manager here at Prosper. Next slide, please, Justin. So I'm going to go over just a little bit about the project, sort of the plan for the redevelopment and the entertainment venue. I'll talk a little bit about the economic impact study that we commissioned that Lisa referenced, as well as how we engaged with those stakeholders that she mentioned to share those findings and address concerns and make commitments. And then I'll walk through the key agreements that are coming out of that term sheet, as well as the key agreements coming out of the term sheet for blocks A and C. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of it. I don't know how many of you have seen images of it, but this is the proposed entertainment venue. It's going to be roughly 59,000 square feet on what is known as Block B. It's anticipated to have a capacity to hold 3,750 people. Most notably, it would also offer standing general admission floor area for 2,000 people, which is kind of that missing middle in terms of the Portland venue market. The goal, particularly in addition to kind of fulfilling that gap there, is bringing that greater activity that Lisa was referring to within the central city, sort of leveraging what we've seen post-pandemic is that people are coming to the central city really for events. They're attending shows, they love the activations, they ice skate under the Morrison Bridge, so really leveraging that and adding that to our cultural offerings. It's also extending some of those nighttime happenings that are in the Central East Side where it's still predominantly manufacturing and industrial uses during the day. But as that quiets down, there's an opportunity to kind of extend that kind of life happenings within the area. Also, just one note that there's anticipated to be about 126 events per year. And in a couple of minutes, I'll just break down what that actually means as well. Next slide, please. So normally in a kind of a market rate transaction, we would just be coming to you with that. We appreciated that while this proposed use is still consistent with what the goals are for the redevelopment of those 3 blocks, in particular Block B, we wanted to kind of respond to and acknowledge, I think, the curiosity at best, the concern at worst around what a new venue would mean, both in terms of kind of our ecosystem of the local venues that we have already, as well as understanding kind of what are some of the economic opportunities that would come with that, and better understand what it means to have Live Nation as an operator. So just to be really clear, Live Nation's been in the Portland market for years. They have a very strong relationship with independent venue owners. They are a regular promoter and booker at places like the Roseland and Mississippi Studios, Rev Hall, all of those places. The change or the shift was the concern of what happens when they're operating a venue, which they don't currently do in the Portland market, but they do nationally. So I'll go into some of those kind of the findings of that economic impact study. I do want to note, though, the mayor's office, as well as leadership from Music Portland, as well as the development team, all had a hand in scoping the study because we wanted to make sure it was sort of addressing all of that collective interest. And so from that, it was confirming that gap does exist in the market, seeing what those economic impacts are, and then better understanding some of what's happened nationally. Also, as Lisa mentioned, we engage regularly with the Central East Side Industrial Council. And so I'm a regular at the Land Use Committee meetings where we share with that committee kind of what our strategic priorities for our investment are within the Central East Side TIF district. We reaffirm those as well and making sure. And so the workshop blocks have been one of those long-term strategic sites that we've been trying to move. So I've shared information about this proposed project, and the development team has also been a regular presenter at that to keep them apprised as well. And then we hosted these series of roundtables. And as you saw, it was a real strong mix of stakeholders, both that are kind of, quote, local to the Central East Side District that either own property or do business within the district, as well as members from the independent venues and others from the music industry, and then some of our government leadership, as well as tourism and travel. And most notably, members from the Portland Five, which we'll talk about in a minute because of the overlap with the Keller and the Schnitz. So we use that as an opportunity to share those findings from the economic impact study. We also wanted to have that as a smaller space to really have kind of a real conversation about what are the questions and real concerns about the project and have a chance to have a discussion with that. And then also identify some of those key commitments. Next slide. So the next couple slides are really dedicated to that economic impact study. So what you're looking at here is sort of the venue ecosystem within Portland right now in that first chart. And so it starts at any venue that has a capacity of 500 or greater. And you'll see there the proposed venue is in kind of that orange bar there where it's proposing 3,750 capacity. It does overlap with the Keller and the Schnitz, which could be kind of a perceived competition. One thing we really want to note, though, is the Schnitz and Keller, as many of you I'm sure know, is that they are auditorium-style seating. So it means they have fixed seats. So you're going there and you're going to be sitting for the whole show, and it lacks flexibility to rearrange based on the performer and their program. And so that's a key aspect where this is a complement to those, at recognizing that those are really important venues within kind of not only P5, but in the broader city. Also, the study had found that nationally, shows that have attendance between 1,000 and 4,000 represent about 43% across the country. And so this also accounts for about 32% of the tickets sold, 22% of the revenues that are nationwide. So it's a real opportunity to kind of seize that market, and particularly for Portland. We're expecting that this venue attracts a greater number of artists to the market. And while absolutely there could be some level of competition, what the findings is that generally, nationally, when Live Nation's operated, they've also they've seen increased kind of market share, increased improvements and benefits to other independent venues as well. The other thing I just wanted to note was there also is kind of a professional growth aspect of this within performers. So many performers will start in smaller venues, right? And they work with a promoter, and as they continue to grow, part of the measurement of their growth can be within the venue size. And so they've started really smaller, but as soon as they hit a mid-level, they don't have an option within Portland. And so they typically skip this market and wait until maybe they're larger to perform at something like a MODA or even Theater in the Clouds. So this is kind of a rung in that ladder, if you will, as well. Next, please. So just a couple of highlights on the economic impact. It looked at kind of assessed three different areas. One were what would result from the construction of the venue once the venue was in operations, as well as some of the fiscal impacts that we could expect for both the city and the county and our tourism industry. So the construction's estimated to provide up to 411 full-time employment opportunities. This is where the wages are on average of $99,600 wage in annual wages. The operations, as I mentioned it's anticipated to have about 126 events per year. So right now, as it lays out, roughly 80 of those would be concerts that are hosted and promoted by Live Nation. They are also offering and committing to having an open calendar, meaning that 20 concerts per year could be booked by other promoters. One thing that was a big finding was, as the Johnson Economics team was doing the assessment, was talking with other local promoters that were not Live Nation, citing the need for this type of venue and really welcoming the opportunity to be able to book at this venue as well. And then the balance of those would be for special events. So we're talking town halls, graduations, those kinds of additional events. There's an estimate that it would take about 42 people that would be kind of full-time positions in order to operate the venue. Once it's in operation, we could anticipate just about $578,000 or so in annual property tax revenue. Of that, the city of Portland would receive $221,000 of that. This is also anticipated to attract not only local folks, but regional. And so that would be an increase of 5,000 room nights per year by the year of 2029. So that would yield about just $104,000 in annual transit lodging taxes. So some real significant and meaningful financial benefit as well. Next slide, please. So this is where I want to talk a little bit about what we had discussed and heard within the roundtable discussions. They can be kind of bucketed in three topic areas. Next slide, please. And this is directly what was shared during those roundtable discussions, what the development team had committed to, as well as Live Nation, as well as the city. So the first one was around industry capacity building. So we know that our city has a really strong independent music scene. There's a whole bunch of different actors in it, right? We've got our artists and our makers, our technicians, and the local venue operators. There was a desire to see kind of greater partnership between the city and some of the industry partners to do more to promote the local music scene, as well as support our independent venues, and in some ways formalize the infrastructure of the music industry. So the folks that were representing the industry in that room kind of self-recognize that it can be a little bit of herding cats. It's the nature of the business and the industry, but would appreciate a little bit more of kind of formalized infrastructure to organize themselves. Yeah, thanks. The second one was around the venue development. So not only about who's operating it, but the fact that it's going to be a new development within a neighborhood, right, that has jobs and has residents. While the industrial zoning makes it a really viable site, there was curiosity about what those impacts could be, both good and bad. What does it mean in terms of the district activation, safety, sort of the impact on local businesses that are right by the site? There's restaurants and stores right by the site. And then is there kind of traffic and noise considerations also within the district with this type of use? Next slide, please. And the final one was Live Nation as a venue operator. And so we've talked a lot about this in terms of kind of the good nature of the relationship as Live Nation as being a promoter and some of the concerns of them shifting as being an operator. And I'll just say a couple of notes on some of the venue development. A lot of that has kind of played out within the land use application that the development team went through because it's a conditional use, where they found that the noise was actually more of a sense of keeping the noise out of the venue versus noise getting out. So there was that concern was addressed. The traffic considerations were also addressed through a traffic impact study that I can let the partners go through in more, but it was consistent with what is already allowed and meets the code for PBOT. Next slide, please. So some of the key commitments, and this is again consistent with what was said in those roundtables and the participation that the teams are prepared to then put into legal documents, is kind of 4 key areas that were real areas of concern. So the open room, as I talked about, really making this an open venue, so up to 20 events a year, being able to be booked by outside promoters. This is coming with a condition and a consideration, though, that as other venues that are being proposed, in fact, right now, of a similar size in Portland, that they also open their rooms, because this venue will be at an incredible disadvantage should it offer this and the others do not. It also comes with the condition that the local promoters that are interested in booking the venue, that they reciprocate that. So I think Live Nation in particular, as they've represented, are really interested in being a part of this community, but are also looking for kind of that shared relationship building. There was a concern around a radius clause. So a radius clause is usually associated more with festivals, but it can be drawn around a geography and a timing for which a performer can perform beyond the venue that they are promoting. And so there has been at times concerns that if someone's performing at this particular venue, they may not be allowed to go to a different venue that isn't necessarily either controlled by Live Nation or promoted. And so Live Nation is committing to not having any radius clauses in its offers to artists at this venue. The other concern, and this wasn't only within kind of the venues, but it was our independent venues, it was also amongst our P5 partners of thinking about really committing to holding the size around and utilizing the standing general kind of admission concerts. So making sure that Live Nation is booking up to that 3,750 capacity, and it most importantly is really utilizing the 2,000 capacity in standing floor and not offering telescopic seating as on the general admission floor. So telescopic seating, we learned a lot in this process, I just want to say. So telescopic seating is seating that can come out and can retract, right? And so that won't be an aspect of that, because that could be a kind of a perceived competition. And then community uses. So there was a lot of discussion about how do, in particular, venues as well as other nonprofits and community groups, how can they be partnering or have access to the venue? And so Live Nation's committed to date to make it available to local nonprofits and community groups up to 5 times per year at cost, which also could be rent-free. Next slide, please. So just in terms of timeline and the kind of next steps of the sale, so Prosper Portland, how this will happen is we will sell the block to Beam and Colas. And again, this is reiterating sort of Lisa's opening comments. There's been a lot of concern, some confusion, potentially misinformation about what a ground lease means and that it's a perceived public subsidy. While it never has been, we have made sure to explain the differences between the two. And at the roundtables, we've gone to Music Portland's events and explained it at those moments. But just to kind of allay any fears, we decided to do a direct sale. The development team was amenable to that. So we will be selling it to them at an appraised market value, net that environmental cleanup that Lisa referred to. We'll use the one-time kind of sale proceeds from this to reinvest both in the Central East Side as well as in the broader city, using our grant and our loan programs that we have. Well, it's also an opportunity to kind of move on what was one of those earlier requests in supporting the local musically focused events and venues. The venue development, kind of their timeline. So the Beam and Colas team right now are in the process of securing their entitlements. They were granted approval of their conditional land use, and it's being appealed right now. Pending that outcome, they would move ahead to complete their design and their permitting, and then move to constructing the venue. And that would anticipate to be through the end of December 2026, with an opening of the venue in the first quarter of 2027, where they will have a lease with Live Nation to operate the venue. I want to make sure to note that Beam and Colas will continue to own the land as well as the building. Next slide, please. So the term sheet, some key highlights here. We've talked a little bit about the purchase price. So $2.41 million solely for Block B. It comes with a due diligence period of 120 days from the executed agreement. Because of this sort of outstanding land use approval issue, we're not going to begin that due diligence until that gets resolved. It could at some point be more extensive, and so we've put a cap on that for December 31st of 2029. There's a series of deposits that are made, particularly after the agreement is executed. As we've mentioned, there is environmental remediation that's required on Block B. And so right now, based on some of the documented cost estimates, we anticipate it being just over $500,000. We are holding a not to exceed of $749,000. The development team will be required to obtain a no further action letter from DEQ as well. The closing conditions in particular are to make sure that the team has closed on their financing, they have sufficient funds to complete the project, and we expect that that would be on the very latter end no later than 2030. All of our policies will apply for this project. So our workforce training, our hiring program, the business equity policy, as well as the green building policy will all apply to this project. Slide, please. So moving on to blocks A and C. Next slide, please. Following kind of where we were in building on the term sheet, there's a couple of things that have changed. Most notably, as Lisa had noted, Block A was intended to go first. Because of the market conditions and B going first, we have created this and put this into 3 different phases, but it's tied to the performance of and the completion of each development. Similar to how we brought you OMSI in the term sheet, where there was flexibility when there's multiple sites at play. So either A or C could go first. The developer will come to us with a proposed project that's consistent with the entitlements and the zoning, that will maximize the development potential and what's feasible under current market conditions. We reserve the right to still negotiate a ground lease if that is best fitting, or we could do a direct sale. We know that there's contamination on Block B, so we anticipate that also being on C. They will also follow kind of the same course of action that they are doing with B in securing that no further action letter from DEQ. We have additional dollars to also cover the environmental, similar to B, but it is not to exceed $2 million because it's the remaining TIF that we have. And then our workforce policies and our green building will also apply. Next slide, please. So we have some folks that would like to come up and testify that are a part of the project, and then afterwards we're happy to come back to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have 4 folks here for invited testimony, and then after that we will have public testimony, and then after that we will go to questions and comments. So we have Jonathan Malson from Beam Development, Andrew Colas from Colas Development and Construction, Nate McCoy, National Association of Minority Contractors, and Bridget Blackburn is also on Zoom. So please feel free, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, Chair Cruz and Commissioners Alvarez, Higgins, Slick, and Stoudemire, Wesley. And thank you, Executive Director Branham and Lisa and Amy for all their work with us over the years. My name is Jonathan Malson. I'm the second generation leader of Beam Development. For the last 25 years, our company has been focused on realizing the potential of the Central East Side Industrial District. We've completed 10 projects in the district, including successful partnerships with formerly PDC, now Prosper Portland at the Burnside Bridgehead. I'm incredibly proud of the contributions we've made to the Central East Side and the deep relationships with countless businesses in the district that we've established, of which we are one. We've worked with and supported hundreds of small businesses over the year, and it's truly our passion to work with businesses, and especially small businesses. It's because of this experience that we were selected to be Prosper's development partner, along with Colas, on the ODOT blocks, now the workshop blocks. As you're aware, the Central East Side, like the entire Central City, has struggled following the pandemic, exacerbated by the crises of houselessness and drugs on our streets. It has been a real challenge for the Central East Side the last number of years. Simply put, the Central East Side and the Central City need wins, and we need investments. We are in front of you today presenting a project which is just that, a major investment in our city and a win for our city. We know you are aware of the vocal opposition to this project. Could you guys hear me? Okay. Where was I? So I'm sure you're aware that there's vocal opposition to this project. However, the many district and city stakeholders that we talk to daily are very supportive, unanimously supportive of this project. They agree this is a win we need now. We are proud of the robust outreach to local stakeholders in the music industry we participated in part facilitated by Prosper Portland. We've worked closely and productively with your staff for almost 3 years on this project to earn their support and have invested over $750,000 of our money along the way to get the project to this point. I want to express our deep gratitude for your team here at Prosper. They're phenomenal to work with. We respectfully ask this board to unanimously support a project that meets many of the goals originally outlined in the RFP, a project that will have significant and positive economic impact on the entire Central City, a project that complements the existing music venue ecosystem and the Central East Side, a project that is feasible and requires zero public subsidy, a project developed by 2 local family businesses committed to the success of our community, and a project that is a win for the city. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Cruz, Commissioners, Director Branham, thank you all for having us here today. As my colleague Jonathan said, we're really excited and proud of the projects that we're bringing before you. And I'd say, as you know, born and raised in Portland, Oregon, second generation family business owner, and lover of music, I'm excited to bring this venue to Portland. Jonathan talked about a lot of the different aspects that this project will bring to the city of Portland, the benefits that it will bring. And I just want to start with one of the reasons that we thought about pivoting to a music venue. And it starts back to Jonathan and I being in high school together. We played basketball together in high school, and we were always lovers of music. And that's something that we've always bonded on. I personally think I was much better at basketball than Jonathan. He disagrees, but we'll just let that go. But it's a long-term relationship, and it brought us here today. We've invested a significant amount of our hard-earned dollars to bring this venue to the city of Portland. As he said, this is a fully market rate transaction. There are no subsidies. We're not asking for any subsidies. It's market rate. I would like to just acknowledge the fact that as far as the development of this size, we're talking about a nearly $50 million development. I'm proud that as the owner of one of the larger Black-owned businesses, this is one of the larger transactions from a development standpoint that Prosper has ever made to a developer of color. And that doesn't go without really, for me, acknowledging all the work of everybody that has really put us in this position. Now, again, there is no public subsidy. Understand that. Projects in the past have had public subsidies. This is one of the larger projects to date that has a Black developer on it, and there is no public subsidy. I'm proud of that fact. I'm proud of the fact that we're able to deliver this. We're able to create jobs. We're able to meet all the requirements that go with working in a public-private partnership. We've had several meetings with a lot of different people from the community. And as we all know, everybody doesn't always agree on everything. That's the beauty of our city. As a middle child, I always like harmony. I always want everything to come together. But in reality, people don't always agree. What I will say is that going around this city, talking to the many people that I know, it's overwhelmingly people support this project. People know that this is a win for our city and that we need to energize our city with these kind of headlines. Another example that I'll point to in our decision to select the operator that we chose is, a few weeks back, there was a 30,000 seat concert that was hosted at Providence Park. If any of you know anybody that attended that concert, you will hear nothing but positive that has come out of that. And that's the operator that we chose to partner with on this project. So we're proud of that. Our goal is to bring people together, and the construction side of our company is to help leverage and activate businesses that haven't had opportunities to work on projects like this, to not only get the first opportunity to work on a music venue of this size, but catalyze their experience so that as we see the next generation of music venues that will come to Portland, that barriers are eliminated for their participation in those projects. And it's important to understand that those barriers are real, they exist, and they do limit the participation of Black and brown-owned businesses from getting the opportunities to work on those projects. That will not happen on this project. That does not happen on projects that we work on. That is significant. That is a blueprint that we're trying to set a standard of, not only here, but for other music venues that are developed throughout this country. So that's something that you should all be proud of because you are a part of that. I would like to lastly talk about the benefit to the Central East Side. There are a lot of businesses that are in the Central East Side that we've had the opportunity to talk to patronize. They need this. This kind of activity in the evening and throughout the day is something that the restaurants, the coffee shops, all the local businesses that are in that area desperately need. Last thing I want to point out is OMSI has been there for a long time, and a lot of us think about OMSI operating in the day because we've taken our kids there, and we all love OMSI. But don't forget that OMSI has several events in the evening as well, and they've been able to prove a track record of being able to deliver those events in the evening and mitigating any of the barriers that sometimes people believe happen in the Central East Side because of the train. These businesses understand how to operate and how to run efficient and safe businesses in the evening in the Central East Side. And we've taken a lot of time to make sure that we studied that, to make sure that we're going to deliver a safe building. And we're proud of the fact that through all of that research, we're able to say to you all that that will happen. So again, I want to leave with this. We talked about the 411 construction jobs that will be created. With your goals of workforce diversity and our internal ethos as a company, we know that those jobs will go to people from diverse backgrounds, men and women, and this will be a catalyst for them to not only get good paying jobs, union jobs, but really realizing the importance of being a part of projects that change our community. So with that being said, I couldn't be more proud of what we're delivering. and I hope you all support it, and we look forward to any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
I guess they saved the best for last. For the record, my name is Nate McCoy. I am the president and CEO and proud leader of the largest chapter in the nation in the state of Oregon, representing the National Association of Minority Contractors. I can't tell you the blueprint that we've created here that across the nation everybody is watching and noticing. Some of the themes I want to talk about are 6, and I'll be as quick as I can, but want to make sure we define them. 6 things stand out on everything we do in our state of Oregon that exemplifies how small businesses and community can really exist and thrive. We need job creation and workforce development. We need economic benefits for minority contractors and the broader construction industry. We need to strengthen Portland's local economy. I think nobody can argue with that. We have to do that. We need community impact and legacy building projects. We need sustainability and innovation. And last but not least, we need pride in supporting local businesses and the culture we want to create here in Oregon. Now, let me talk in detail because there's some things that we've kind of cited that I want to go further with. 400 well-paying jobs, union jobs for people of color and women. COLIS already explained their track record. Over 10 years ago, I used to be a senior construction manager right here at the Portland Development Commission, leading many of the projects that COLIS and their family built over all those years, and they're still doing it today. And there's private projects and other agency projects I'm involved with them where their track record speaks for itself. We talked about the broader construction industry. Enormous impact. I heard Amy and Lisa speak to that. We need more jobs in these industries that young people not going to college need to take advantage of, and we have not done a great job in this industry promoting those. We want to change that. We need our small businesses to grow and scale so that they can then look back to the next generation of workforce. Serena would probably know this better than most on this stage. We have this thing called the States Disparity Study, which shows that on average, $3.2 billion a year from the state of Oregon is spent. 90% of that is spent with larger white-owned businesses. If I go down even deeper, Black businesses across the state on all industry indicators make no more than 0.1% of public dollars for their business concerns. That in itself can be rectified on one project, being this COLIS Beam Live Nation project, which would afford way more than $3.2 million on average a year for those business concerns. I'd like to also say, personally, I am one of the legacy Black families that came here from Louisiana in 1950. Now, I was not here. Serena and others may know my Scott family. I was a little too young and wasn't even conceived of, but we came for jobs. There was a place called Jumptown, Cotton Club, places I never went to, but my grandparents and my grandparents' talked about. We want to see that as the next generation be another theme in our community where people don't jump across Oregon from California to Washington State. We want those venues to be right here with vendors that are people of color and women that could support those venues, whatever kind of vendor they might be. Community impact. This is the part that I want to stand up the most. Sustainability is always a huge theme as a progressive state in Oregon. The two that I know we own always is environmental and social. It's very hard for me to find projects that have the trifecta that add economics to that sustainability continuum. And I think this team, with our support, can check all 3 of those boxes and build that blueprint for future generations as well as other states that are taking notice of what we're doing here. And last but not least, my favorite, because Andrew mentioned it, OMSI. I happen to be one of 10 Black architects in the whole state, and like Andrew and many other families, I attended OMSI as a kid. That's where I got my spark for STEM and STEAM education in a hub that is already on fire to create more career technical education programming. I would love to see one day NAMAC to be also in that hub, but to have a project that stands up music venues with our people and local economy with all the STEM education related, I can't find another project in the nation that could achieve that in the way that they have over 5, 6+ years of trying to get to this stage. So I will end by saying NAMAC's model is building bridges and breaking barriers through partnership. And I feel like what I've heard today, we have all of the relationships that we need in place, and any barriers that eliminate this opportunity are things that we can put on the table and work through. So I would hope that we can make our village strong here and look for the next generation to help lead this legacy project into the future. So thank you for having me today. I know I won't be able to answer any questions or comment, but I appreciate your all's willingness to engage and be leaders and do the right thing supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We have one more person, Bridget Blackburn, who's on Zoom.
Yes, hello. Thanks for having me, and hope I'm zooming in okay. I'm coming to you from the shipping and receiving department at Cargo. Pardon my casual attire. My name is Bridget Blackburn, and I co-own Cargo. We are an independent realtor here in Portland, Oregon for over 28 years. We're located in the Central East Side, and we moved here 11 years ago from the Pearl District. When we moved, we reached out to find our fellow small businesses in the area to the Central East Side Industrial Council. They encouraged us to create a committee for restaurant and retailers because there was none at that time. Fast forward 10 years later, I've been working with the Central East Side Industrial Council representing small business, restaurant, retailer, and maker community for the Central East Side Industrial Council. Cargo is located just 3 blocks from the vacant ODOT blocks along Water Avenue. And as such, we've had a keen interest in the development of the workshop blocks. We've been attending public meetings. We joined the roundtable spoken of earlier, led by Prosper Portland. We have been at the land use meetings and the TPAC traffic advisory meetings throughout the past year or better. We've seen the lengthy process that the local development and construction team have been through, as well as the high level of scrutiny, all of the decisions Prosper Portland and the deal has made. And we've seen how collaborative the approach has been and how truly uplifting it will be to Portland's development. We are confident that this is the best plan to secure this much needed venue for Portland. The ODOT blocks have been a blight for years. The location adjacent to the East Bank Esplanade and a short walk to OMSI should be a welcoming gateway to our vibrant district. Although years ago we were encouraged when the mountains of concrete and asphalt were removed, the lot remained empty, unimproved, and fully underutilized. It's been far too long. During the pandemic, the blocks were used as a temporary houseless shelter, and it became clear how inhospitable the blocks were. It's dirty and noisy, void of any greenery, and extremely exposed. During the 90-day reset, working with the CEIC and the city to advocate for the houseless community located in these blocks, we helped to create a humane decorative barrier around the perimeter to help ensure privacy. This experience clearly illustrated the delicacy of finding the right user for the space. I'm convinced that a mid-sized concert venue manages the land use concerns perfectly and will be a unique and ideal use of this location. The Central East Side business community knows that this project will energize the district, especially in our evening hours, bringing us foot traffic and visitors to Portland's central core in this highly visible location. We believe in this project, and we believe that we will see a brighter future for Portland with the completion of this venue. Thank you so much for listening.
Great, thank you very much for those comments. Thanks to all of you for your invited testimony today. We appreciate that. So we're going to go to public testimony now. If you guys want to stick around, we'll probably get back to some questions and comments after that. And we'll invite staff to come back and maybe you guys as well. So thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. So, so we have a number of folks here today to testify. And I'll just remind everybody that everyone who testifies will have a maximum of 3 minutes. We have a clock for that. And then we would just appreciate it if you would Just be courteous, and we will give a notice as soon as we get to the time, and then we'll go to the next person. We'll invite maybe 4 folks up at a time to testify, and then as soon as they're done, we'll go to the next 4, and we'll just keep going as long as we need to. So thank you all for coming. So let's see, I'll just start with the
Cruz.
first. Yes.
Can I make a request for
Yes.
people who are doing, if you've submitted public testimony in our email, can you just say that at the beginning of your testimony? So, and I don't think you have to repeat it because we've read through it, but if you could just flag for us that you've submitted it so we can make sure that it's read.
Yeah, that'd be
Thanks.
great. That's a really good suggestion. If folks want to elaborate on their testimony, that's fine, but that would be great to know. So the first 4 folks, Jesse Valencia with Music Portland, Kate O'Brien with Music Portland, Alex Blosser with Strategies 360, and Renee, pardon me, I may not get this right, Muziquez with Music Portland. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, great. Thanks to all of you.
Okay, thank you. Dear members of Prosper Portland, my name is Jesse Valencia, and I am an indigenous Yoeme musician, actor, and filmmaker based here in Portland. I'm also a member of Music Portland's Music Policy Council. I moved here 1 year ago to be closer to my family, but also because of Portland's reputation of being one of the country's biggest centers of independent music and arts. Portland's music community is at the core of what makes this place so special. And risking what is great about it to fix what is wrong with it does not seem like a sensible solution, especially considering how little public input has been brought to this deal. It's my understanding that it is the goal and vision of the interested parties to develop the Central East Side for the same reasons we want to protect Portland's music economy. We all want to see Portland thrive. We want to see the Central East Side thrive. But that won't happen if we start selling Portland down the river. And Portland's music community comprises the entire metro area, not just the Central East Side. As an Indigenous person, I would like to see any sort of public land deal first include the input and goals of the First Nations of this area so that they might have an opportunity to have their voice be heard. What would they envision for this land on the river? The land belonged to them originally, after all, and I can think of no greater symbol for Portland's rebirth than to restore the land to its original inhabitants. Selling this land so hastily so that it can be developed to build a venue for a company that isn't even from Oregon, whose business practices put Portland's music community at risk, a community I now love so dearly and call my own, that has welcomed me and so many others with open arms, would not only be irresponsible, it would be a tragedy. Beam and Cole has pivoted to an entertainment venue based in part on market conditions, as was said earlier, but Portland's music scene and industry is a community, one that is at risk, not just a market to be tapped into like a vein. I am asking you today to put that community, which is your community, over Live Nation's commerce. Thank you.
My name is Kate O'Brien, and I am the board president of Music Portland, but I am also speaking here on behalf of my husband and my 3 children, all of whom are musicians and concert goers, one of whom is attending PSU for a degree in sonic arts and music production. It is hard to convey the vibrancy of our independent music scene to those of you who may not participate. To see music in both our large and small venues makes me feel proud to live in a musical community that supports and cultivates opportunities for its people. At a time in history where corporatization is driving a wealth gap that is destroying the middle class, it is hard to believe that I even have to testify in order to convince my own city government not to approve the use of city property with a company that is being sued by the DOJ in 40 states for violating antitrust laws. I truly want to believe that as a city, we are investing in a future that preserves and expands upon our existing music economy, which in a study done by the Northwest Economic Research Center and Business Oregon, we now know generates over $3 billion annually statewide. In all prior communication with Prosper and at the land use hearing on July 10th, the public was informed that this was to be a 100-year land lease. It wasn't until last week that I saw the word sale entered into the public record. I urge you to postpone voting on this sale of this public land until there is a defined process that affords an opportunity for public input. There is no public benefit in having a behemoth, predatory juggernaut like Live Nation come into Portland and threaten what we have here with their monopolistic business practices.
Hi, for the record, my name is Alex Plosser. I'm an associate at Strategy 360, but I'm going to be testifying on my own behalf as a resident of Portland and a lover of our local music scene. I'd like to thank you all, Commissioners, Chair Cruz, Director Branham, for hearing me today. And Director Branham, I'd like to wish you the best at the Port of Portland. Live Nation didn't become the largest music promoter and venue owner in the country through responsible business practices. They got there through breaking promises with local governments, making underhanded deals to eliminate competition, and using brute force to overwhelm small venues and local musicians with things like radius clauses. This is why they are currently being sued by the Department of Justice for destroying competition and harming the live music industry. This fact alone should be disqualifying, that Live Nation's business model is so dangerous and so predatory and so all-consuming that the federal government is trying to shatter it to save the industry. You will hear testimony from others, and you have heard testimony from others, telling you that Live Nation can be reasoned with, that they can be bargained with and trusted to be a responsible actor. But someday in the future, Live Nation will be presented with a choice between their own profits and the health of Portland, which, to be clear, are not the same thing. And the Department of Justice is suing them right now for making the wrong choice in other cities across the country. This is the core issue with Live Nation's proposal. And make no mistake, my problem is definitely not with Beam and Colas in the slightest, and I want to really say that I deeply appreciate their drive and their efforts to help Portland grow and thrive. And I think they're well-intentioned, and that as pillars of a community, they have Portland's best interests at heart. But trusting Live Nation to be responsible and follow the rules is an ill-fated lesson in futility. Think of how many other people, how many other cities this process has paid out. A group of commissioners hearing about Live Nation trying to build a venue in their city. Think of all the promises Live Nation has made to other groups of commissioners like yourselves and broken. That is why they are being sued by the Department of Justice right now. Ignoring the threat of Live Nation is dangerous and short-sighted. You may think Portland is not doing well, and we are in desperate need of a new music venue and outside investment to revitalize our city. And on some level, you'd be right. Actually, in most of that. But our city does need help, and it does need more places where Portlanders can go see live music. But our predicament means we must be more critical when deciding who to let invest in our city's future, not less. And it makes Live Nation's past and current actions even more disqualifying that we are in a vulnerable position. This is not a time to be hasty, but to carefully weigh and consider our options. And Live Nation should not be considered as an operator for this venue to ensure the health of our amazing independent music scene. There is no shame in course correction in realizing that a once perfect plan is no longer tenable or worthwhile. That new information of Live Nation has come to light since the project was created that makes this agreement more trouble than it's worth. This is why I urge you to reject these resolutions. Thank you.
There we go. For the record, my name is Renee Muskies, and thank you, commissioners, today for having me. I'm here because when I think of this sale of our city's land for a Live Nation venue, I can't help but think of the most vulnerable people in our city and in our music industry. I am Director of Operations of Music Portland, but I'm also a working musician in this town. I'm also a queer Latinx woman. As a musician, unfortunately, I've gotten accustomed to big companies, big corporations finding ways to use artists to make a profit. Spotify is killing album sales, and Live Nation is unfairly dominating the remainder of the industry in an effort to make just a few people at the top billionaires. The DOJ believes their lawsuit against Live Nation is, and this is a quote from their website, a step forward in making this era of live music more accessible for the fans, the artists, and the industry that supports them. The word that stands out here to me is accessibility. When I think of accessibility for our music community, I think about how tough it is already for folks in the hip-hop scene to make it, when so few venues already embrace them at this point. I think about being a queer Latinx woman in the industry with an all-women band, and how women are significantly underrepresented in all aspects of the industry. With Live Nation in our city, small venues will struggle to compete, and there will be fewer opportunities for the most vulnerable artists who already struggle to get a foot in the door. Live Nation is a company that's out for themselves. I can't think of a bigger red flag than 40 states suing a company, 80% of our nation. They do not come here intending to make our community better, and I don't believe that they will benefit, they'd be good public benefit. I'm asking you, please, as Prosper in the city, to consider what Live Nation will do to the accessibility of music in our city, which is what makes this city great. The independent music scene is why I moved here in 2008. I want my band to have a fair chance to thrive here. I ask the Prosper Board and our city officials to vote no to selling this land to Beam & Colas for the purposes of allowing Live Nation to own and operate a venue in Portland, or at least delay the vote on the terms of sale agreement for a proper public process so that we can evaluate this sale properly and understand the gravity of this situation. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks to all of you. Appreciate your comments. Okay, so the next four people, and thanks very much for paying attention to the clock. Appreciate that a lot. Shelby Cray with Blue Heron, looks like Blue Heron Video. Marshall Runkle, Strategies 360. Sherry Jameson with Alberta Abbey and Music Portland. Timothy Wilson with Starlet Farm and the Music Portland Board. Thanks to all of you for coming.
Hello, I am Shelby Cray. Thank you for having me, first off. I am both a Portland Public School art teacher, and for the last 11 years, I have been keeping a documentary project of the live music in various venues around Portland. I have filmed from the very small venues. I filmed at a beach a couple of times. I filmed house venues. I filmed them under a bridge more than a number of times. I've filmed, but then normally you can find me in mid-sized venues. I was at Star Theater 2 nights ago. I will be at Turn tonight. I film at Mississippi Studios pretty frequently, and I know the artists because what I do is I follow their experiences from as they develop, the developing bands and developing musicians, and I provide them just videos because it's a collection. I can choose to go where I want and just give them the videos to use as they want, but mostly it's to track how Portland music changes over the time and the venues changing over the time as well. I work very closely with the technicians and the stage managers, and I appreciate greatly all of the venue owners who allow me to come into their businesses and document and try to not be in their way. But so this decision affects these people in this community that I love very deeply. And I think it is worth taking some time and for allowing for more public input because it's going to change a lot of people's lives. If you ask anybody in this industry, in the true industry, working in these venues, they will tell you that the Live Nation, they all know that Live Nation squashes the local creativity, it squashes local productions, it squashes the local venues because their objection is to make money. And so artists that reach that high level are stuck within their programs. They're using Live Nations and using Ticketmaster. And so it's unhealthy for a community. And I believe that is why, like in 40 states, they are being taken to court due to unfair practices. And I think that if we invite this business in, it's going to do more harm to good than good for these people that I know and I see and I work with every day. And I'm afraid that I'm going to be documenting the before and after the Portland independent live music scene, and I don't really want to be doing that. So I'm asking you to please at least delay the vote for more public input. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marshall Runkle. I work with Strategies 360. First, I'd like to say, just acknowledge that it's difficult. Representatives from Beam, talented staff at Prosper Portland, all of whom I respect and admire. There's only a few things that I can imagine would motivate me to testify in opposition today, and Live Nation is one of them. It's easy to understand why Prosper would pursue the project when it became clear that the development concept, the original development concept for the site was no longer viable. At that point, it was universally understood there was a gap in the venue scene in Portland for this size venue. It was also before Live Nation had been sued by the United States government for its anti-competitive business practices. Since then, the situation has changed. My clients are moving forward with a similar project in a better location for fans and a better location for Portland. It would achieve the exact same or better economic benefits that have been identified in the Johnson study, and also would require no public subsidy. I just want to read one quote from Attorney General Garland. "We allege that Live Nation relies on unlawful, anti-competitive conduct to exercise its monopolistic control over the live events industry in the United States at the cost of fans, artists, smaller promoters, and venue operators. The result is that fans pay more in fees, artists have fewer opportunities to play concerts, smaller promoters get squeezed out, and venues have fewer real choices for ticketing services." You're going to hear these allegations from other proponents today, but it's not just us. It's us plus the Attorney General of the United States and 40 other states. There's a small mountain of evidence about the business practices of Live Nation. Prosper Portland's obligations to the citizens of Portland regarding the disposition of public property also changed. Uh-oh. Could I ask for a tiny bit more time to?
A little bit.
Okay, thank you. I'll hustle.
Yes, please, please.
I would just say that there's a very different proposal moving forward than what was originally granted in the RFP from 2018. And I believe that both there's a legal and ethical obligation to go through a different procurement process for a different type of use for that site. The About Us section of the Prosper Portland site says that we work with partners to drive public attention and resources to different areas of the city, which helps Portland realize capital projects that would not happen otherwise. In this case, a project is happening otherwise. I think that's a very key part of the reason that Prosper exists. The last thing I'll say, because I know I'm over time, is that this other site also has a quality that's very important to the DNA of Prosper. It has the opportunity to lift up the tax base in the surrounding area that has much more opportunity than the site in the Central East Side. I think there's other great opportunities that should be pursued for these sites. I think I agree that involving the First Nations, it could be a site for a gaming facility, it could be a site for a public market, it could be a site for a food distribution hub that honors the history of the neighborhood. There's lots of great development, profitable development that occur at this site. It doesn't require working with Live Nation. Thank you very much, and I apologize for going over time.
Hello, my name is Sherry Jameson for the record. I'm here to express deep concern for our local music ecosystem and everyone involved in it. I respectfully urge you to delay the decision of the proposed sale of public land for a Live Nation-operated venue. I did submit written testimony, so I'll just share that I am a lifelong musician, an arts and nonprofit consultant, and recently appointed the new executive director of the Alberta Abbey in Northeast Portland, a nonprofit independent performing arts venue. I know firsthand the struggle that artists and nonprofits and arts organizations and independent venue owners are having right now post-pandemic. They're struggling to survive, and our music ecosystem is in a more fragile position than it has ever been in our history. And we need support, not a Live Nation-operated venue here in Portland. Again, our opposition is not with the developers, but specifically with Live Nation / Ticketmaster, as many have shared, that is currently being sued by the Department of Justice and 40 other states, including Oregon. Live Nation's monopolistic behavior is a threat to the independent music scene here in Portland, one that is iconic to the identity of Portland. So as you consider this decision, whether extended lease or the sale of the land to the developers, you must take into account Live Nation's involvement. The Portland music community has been raising the alarm for 2 years, and based on what I have been following as a Music Portland Music Policy Council volunteer member over the past 2 years, those concerns have not been addressed by Prosper Portland or by the listening sessions that they've had. And I do not trust Live Nation at their word that they will provide a public benefit, that they will follow the agreements that have been made, regardless of whether they're in a legal contract or not. So I respectfully request that you delay this decision to decide on this public land sale until there has been enough public notice and input, because this will profoundly impact the Portland music industry regardless. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify against the sale of Lot B. My name is Tim Wilson. I own Starlet Farm, which is a small artist management and development practice here in Portland. For 25 years, I served as the executive director of Western Arts Alliance, which is a regional performing arts market and service organization based here in Portland since 2004. I also spent the better part of 40 years volunteering on boards for organizations such as the Juneau Convention and Visitors Bureau, the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies, the Western States Arts Federation, the California Advocates for the Arts, and now the Board of Music Portland. I deeply respect and understand the pivotal role you all play as commissioners of Prosper Portland. Your responsibilities here today are to ensure that Prosper Portland fulfills its mission, vision, and values and conducts its business with transparency and due process. In many ways, your job is to hold the institution accountable to the public. So I come today to ask the following questions. Did the work leading to the resolutions before you today fulfill Prosper Portland's guidelines for public process? Was it transparent? Is it right? Is selling public land to build a Live Nation venue in the best interest of Portland? Where I sit, the answer to these questions is no. I ask that you table the resolutions and allow for public input over this controversial development. Thank you.
All of you. Appreciate all your comments. Okay, we'll go to the next four. Yes. We have 8 total. Up to discussion. We'll take a break after this. Okay. Caitlin Convery. Amy Dunphy. Derek Trust. Aaron McLaughlin. Great. Thanks to all of you for coming.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Caitlin Convery, and for the record, I prepared this for tomorrow's land use meeting, so some of it isn't totally directed at you, but I still wish you could hear my perspective and comments. This is coming from an artist and a small business owner and a native Portlander. And before I launch into my written testimony here, I just want to say so much appreciation for all the work that's already gone into the architects and this plan. It's clearly, I see where it hits some of your points and why you want to hire these guys. Live Nation is wrong for our city, and this is why. The question today is, does the construction and operation of a Live Nation venue in the city of Portland demonstrate a clear public benefit? The answer is simply no. Their responsibility is to shareholders, states and oceans away. Our public benefit is not their objective. They are here to extract resources, and in doing so, capital will leave our economy and the pockets of our independent artists, the drivers of our culture. Culture and art drive economies. Artists are important. Think of any place you've dreamed of visiting. Barcelona, for example, famed, utterly unique. Antoni Gaudi's Sagrada Familia is visited 3 million times a year. Why travel to Salzburg to experience the birthplace of Mozart? Artists, their ideas, the experience they provide, those are our crown jewels. It is this artistic wealth, which we already possess, that Live Nation plans to extract and sell back to us. It is artists and their fans, the interplay, the sacred experience of live music that Live Nation commodifies and plans to control in every way. It does not need to be this way. We can be the visionaries our city needs. We can follow in the footsteps of past Portland visionaries that bestowed to us our parks, our walkable, small business-friendly neighborhoods, our protected natural areas, our unique way of life and culture that people from all over the country and world now come to experience and contribute to. Thanks to them, this city is the best of the best and attracts the best of the best, including musicians. We must carry the torch and create a city rich in culture that our children's children will thank us for. My great-grandmother, who moved here from South Dakota in 1945, would not have believed that the major highway, Harbor Drive, winding along our west side waterfront would become Waterfront Park in 1978. It was created through citizen activism and partnership with the citizens of the City Club of Portland, the Downtown Plan Citizen Advisory Committee, and then the Waterfront Park Master Plan, which included surveys, citizen meetings, with an average attendance of 500 people at these meetings. This was a huge community undertaking, and today we have one of the most livable city centers in the nation thanks to the citizens who could envision a world-class park where a 6-lane highway used to be. It is now named after Governor Tom McCall, who championed its creation. We could do the exact same thing with a locally owned 3,500-seat venue. We could fund it well, this was before. We could fund it ourselves with private patrons, locally owned businesses, and tax dollars. Someone could put their name on it, build a legacy that lasts hundreds of years. We could involve our art community and architects to build a stunning, one-of-a-kind, state-of-the-art venue, one of the best in the country and world, where we showcase our local talent and help grow their following and their creative output until their careers become widely recognized, and they become a symbol of our culture and drive an industry for decades to come. We could make it a sacred place, not a corporatized space, like Pioneer Square is our living room, Waterfront Park is our front yard. Our venue could be our temple, the place we showcase and venerate our artists. And the please give me just a tiny bit more time, I'm almost there. This is about the artist side of it. In the year leading up to my album release in June 2023, I spent about $30,000 in the Portland music industry. About $5,000 of that was a grant from Music Portland. The rest was my hard-earned income from work outside music. This money was all spent locally in studios, on players, graphic designers, videographers, photographers, stylists, makeup artists, gear, sound engineers, mastering engineers, vintage clothing. I am not the only artist investing in our music industry. We are hardworking, talented, passionate, and overlooked. We are already spending non-music income in the local music industry because our products, the music itself, is no longer a source of significant income for us. The majority of our music income is from performances. What will happen to us when we can no longer find a place to play in our own city? If we don't have the opportunity to develop our sounds with our fans? When Live Nation shuts us out of our home market while they parade their own artists through our town? If you aren't catching a show in the city once a week, I can understand that you're not aware of the extraordinary quality and breadth of the Portland music industry. I have been playing stages here since 2008, so let me report back to you. We are on the verge of something big. Now is the time to invest in the Portland music industry and bring more fans to our shows so we may have a chance to build our careers and continue spending our money here. And one or many of us may have a chance to make the name for ourselves that will put a stamp on our city. Do not miss this chance to involve your citizens and artists in something that could make history and be your legacy. Inviting Live Nation in to lay waste to our cultural equity that generations of Portland's have worked hard to create is not the way forward. We are better than this. We can be the exception. Let us be the weird one in the country, the only major city to not have a Live Nation venue. Let us continue building our unique and valuable Portland culture. Let the public benefit from our investment in the local music industry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd just like to interject. I'm pretty liberal with the clock. I really hate to cut people off, especially if they're very passionate about something. We want to encourage public input, and we appreciate it a lot, but I'd really appreciate it if folks would keep an eye on the clock and just try to stay within the limit if possible. So thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Dunphy. I'm speaking today in opposition to Agenda Item 8 on the sale of Block B in the ODOT blocks. As you may have noticed, I am the only name listed twice in the staff presentation. In 2018, I served as Senior Policy Director for Portland City Commissioner Nick Fish, and I served on the RFP selection committee for the ODOT blocks. At the time, the project was awarded to Beam Development and Colas Construction. That was featuring parking, office space, and commercial space and light industrial space, including industrial makerspace. The land was intended to remain public for over 100 years, providing an annual income source to Prosper Portland, and after 100 years, the land and the building on top of it would revert back to public ownership. That was the project that was awarded through a public and transparent process. Live Nation is the owner of Ticketmaster. They are being sued by the U.S. Department of Justice and 40 U.S. states, including the state of Oregon, for anti-competitive and illegal business practices and for violations of antitrust laws. The lawsuit identifies Live Nation as an illegal monopoly and seeks to break them up. Live Nation has a clear demonstrated track record of unfair business practices, exploiting workers, and ignoring community standards and consent decrees from the U.S. Department of Justice. Music Portland has been at the table with Prosper Portland, Mayor Wheeler's office, Beam Development, Colas Construction, and Live Nation for 2 years, discussing our concerns about this project. Community outreach is not a checkbox exercise. Our concerns continue. You do not get credit for simply asking to be invited to the table. So it came as a large surprise to us on Friday when City Council staff informed us that this item was being moved forward onto this agenda and that the terms of this agreement had pivoted to selling this piece of land out of a 6-year-old development agreement. Prosper Portland was to receive up to $130,000 per year on this land in lease payments for 100 years. That's at least $13 million over the life of this agreement, as opposed to the roughly $2 million that is being considered today. This project has deviated dramatically from what was approved by the RFP selection committee over 6 years ago, all without any public process. This latest effort to dispose of public land with only 72 hours notice on the Prosper Portland board agenda feels rushed. And coming the day before the appeal of the conditional use permit for this project, the timing feels like an attempt to distance Prosper Portland and the city of Portland from responsibility for allowing a proven bad actor into our fragile $3 billion music economy. The entire project requires leadership of this board to re-examine what has actually been approved, to deny the effort to dispose of this piece of public land with insufficient public notice, to cancel this development agreement, and to take this entire project back to bid. Please vote no on Agenda Item 8.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Derek Trost. I am here this afternoon to simply add my voice to the chorus requesting due process for the sale of public land. For the record, I'm opposed to the sale of this public resource for the purposes of providing a place for Live Nation to do business. It is preposterous that a public commission tasked with ensuring a prosperous Portland is actively supporting an enterprise to be owned and operated by a corporation being sued by the Department of Justice in 40 states for nefarious business practices. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello there. Thank you for hearing us all out. For the record, my name is Mara McLaughlin, and I co-founded Music Portland in 2018, where I currently serve as executive director. Music Portland is the first trade association nonprofit dedicated to representing the economic interests of Oregon's commercial music sector. We work to unite, assess, and advocate for the sector as a vital economic and cultural imperative in our city and state. And despite media reports that often minimize our opposition to Live Nation as simply coming from a group of local musicians, Music Portland represents over 700 music area businesses with enterprises ranging from CD Baby to audio production companies, instrument and gear manufacturers, record labels, and many more. We are the united voice of this complex local ecosystem. We also represent over 9,000 unique and active Portland-based recording artists, according to CD Baby. And more music hosting spaces are here in Portland than Nashville or Austin. And these are the most vulnerable to Live Nation's market dominance. Portland's 50 dedicated music venues and over 200 mixed-use venues that host music regularly. It's striking that none of them have stated publicly their opposition to this, and none of them are here. The independent venues that we're all standing up to defend aren't present because despite having spoken to dozens of them who say, yes, please keep going. They send us, they call us, they send us things. They say they don't want to put things in writing because, as the DOJ lawsuit cites, there is a chilling effect on local economy. The market dominance by Live Nation is already having an effect on our local music economy. They're not able to say anything because, as the DOJ suit says, if you offend or compete, you're a target for Live Nation's market dominance. A culture of fear doesn't foster a healthy business environment. It shouldn't be allowed to take root, nor should it be encouraged with advantages, especially by those entrusted with fostering local entrepreneurship and economic growth. As you well know, not all development is equal. Who ultimately controls the resources that are created matters. This development represents powerful money buying access to public resources to give them leverage to take over the market sector that they have repeatedly done and are under lawsuit for having. What makes it worse is that this isn't just a local business sector that's endangered, it's the very heart of our cultural and civic identity. We ask that you stop this unprecedented fast track to consider flip to sale. If this is a good deal for Portland, then we can hold it up to the light of scrutiny with time for public opinion. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for coming. Okay.
Zoom me? Yeah, sure.
So our next group will be Philip Graham with Ear Trumpet Labs, Jay Clark with the Portland Metro Chamber, Riley Kennedy Keys, and Nathan Carson with Nanotear Booking Agency.
For the record, my name is Philip Graham. My address is 2332 Northeast Wasco Street, Portland. Chairman Cruz, commissioners, I own a small company employing 6 people in Northeast Portland manufacturing microphones that are used by musicians worldwide. Our customers include multiple Grammy winners and a Tony-winning musical, but more important to us financially are the thousands of working, touring, independent artists that form the backbone of the local and national music economy. There are many unpredictable aspects to starting a small business, but one thing that I am sure of is that we would not have built this business in a town where the live music scene was dominated by Live Nation. I deal with artists and engineers all over the country. I've come to recognize just what a rare and precious commodity the Portland music ecosystem is. In city after city, venues of all sizes are becoming a monoculture. Treasured cultural icons, which formed the backbone of local music scenes, have been forced to either close or sell out to Live Nation. One company controls the majority of performance spaces, prioritizing their own national roster of artists at the expense of local acts. They make music more expensive with ticket fees, but pay artists less and pay their workers less. That's what you do when you control a market. They reach this position of dominance by leveraging their control of ticketing, artist management, and restrictive clauses on booking at the hundreds of venues that they already own, exercising coercive control over so much of the national touring industry that they can force any individual venue into either closing or selling. This is not speculation. This is not a paranoid fantasy. This is documented in detail in the suit filed by the U.S. Department of Justice and 40 states, including Oregon. Just look at the title of Section 4 of that complaint. Quote, Live Nation maintains monopolies and market power across the live concert ecosystem through an anti-competitive and exclusionary course of conduct, close quote. Prosper Portland, our public development agency, should not be involved in any deal involving this company. To address the specific proposal before you today, there is the very puzzling procedural question of why Prosper would seek to carry out this sale so precipitously with no public input. The obvious conclusion is that Prosper would prefer not to be exposed to the large and building public opposition to Live Nation in Portland, and the possibility that the city could re-examine whether Prosper is actually fulfilling the terms under which they acquired the land. Prosper cannot wash their hands of Live Nation with a hasty sale. I urge you not to approve this sale. At least give enough time for the community to be aware of it and to provide meaningful input on whether this is in the best interest of the economic development of Portland as a whole. At a minimum, you should not consider such a sale without reading the DOJ suit against Live Nation. Thank you for your time.
Hello there. My name is Riley Kennedy Keys. I am a lifelong musician. I'm a recording engineer. We use Edwina microphones all the time. They're wonderful. I don't have a prepared statement. I just have the version of me that has been following this news as it goes along, as someone who has lived in this economy, lived in this city as a musician, and in other cities as a musician. And to get as ground level as possible, I just want to come from this point. I work with a large performing ensemble. We practice down by the waterfront, right near where this purchase is supposed to happen. I know what it's like down there. I hang out there all the time. We spend hours down there every week. I'm not saying that we don't need development in those areas, but there's a right way to do this, and the current way is not the right way. That is why there are so many people voicing opposition to this. That is why there are so many voices, not even just from here, but from other parts of the country and if not the world, voicing opposition to this company being part of large endeavors within any city. Why is it that when this company comes up, so many opinions of ticket buyers and concert goers voice the same complaints? When speaking to musicians, why does the same opinion so frequently come up? When speaking to the federal government, why does the same opinion come up that is following all of these experiences from millions of people? To put a phrase that I love to use into a more family-friendly version, when everyone around you is the problem, you are the problem. And right now, Live Nation is the problem. That is why the same experience gets had by so many people that interact with them. And just to see a different version of something, we do need a large venue of this size in this city. And that's why there are multiple other versions of this on the table right now. There's no need to have a Live Nation version. It is being said as this the only way out for this, but it's proven as not. There's someone speaking here that has another version of it. We get to decide the course of our future, and going with the easy way out, which is Live Nation, is not the right way. When we speak about having the ability to have competition of venues in the area, just hearing testimony of people here today, something that immediately came to mind is this supposed giving of space by, oh, Live Nation will offer these certain days free of cost if other venues do in the area. Live Nation is a multi-billion-dollar company. They can afford to do that. Can local venues do that? I work in a recording studio that has made albums. I assure you, everyone in this room has heard from it. Events is part of the way that we keep our doors open. And to be told by a larger company, oh, well, we'll give this if you do. That is not competition. That is unfair business practices by a large company that can make sacrifices that other ones cannot. How do you think taxis went out of business when Uber offered things for lower prices until other competition went out and then raised things up where other people cannot afford it anymore? We're looking at that exact same thing here. And we're seeing it from the lens of Portland, but this is a larger element. Live Nation has their foot in so many holds. And we have the option here as a city and as a civic organization to not fall in line with that domino effect. And I just ask to please consider all of these things when moving forward. Consider all of these voices that are coming in with opposition. Thank you.
Can we have the clock back up on the
I was
screen,
a little curious
please?
about that.
Oh, that's okay. I just want to make sure that we have the clock back up on the
We
screen.
lost it. If we don't get it back, I'll just.
Okay,
use my phone.
thanks. Yeah, no problem. I just want to don't want folks to be surprised. They run out of time. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jay Clark, and I am the Director of Government Affairs in Portland Metro Chamber. The Chamber represents the largest, most diverse network of businesses in the region. The Alliance advocates for businesses at all levels of government, commerce, community health, and region's overall prosperity. We represent more than we represent more than 2,300 members from 27 counties, 13 states, and virtually every industry sector. More than 80% of our members are small businesses, small business being defined with 10 or less employees. This project is bigger than just a music venue. It's about the message that we want to send nationally to capital investment organizations. Are you willing to partner with somebody who comes to us and says, we're willing to invest, we're willing to put in money and time if you partner with us? Or are we going to continue to enable our local political dysfunction to isolate ourselves even further? This is a very transformative project led by respected local developers and contractors who have done everything right along the process and are deeply involved with our community. If we're a functional city that is willing to do big things that we keep telling ourselves that we're so capable of doing and need to do, we need to do this, and it should be an easy project to support. And from the Chamber's perspective, this isn't a choice between concert venues. We should be a partner for all. The Chamber is committed to partnering for the development of this proposed East Side venue as a key component of the combined generational opportunities that present ourselves, such as the Broadway Corridor, OMSI District, New Albina Vision, Rose Quarter, and the Lloyd District that will collectively write the next chapter of Portland's future for our beloved Central City. We hope, well, thank you for your time and consideration, Commissioners. Sorry, I misread my own notes. Thank you.
Esteemed Commissioners, my name is Nathan Carson, for the record. I grew up in the Mid-Valley, but I've been an East Portland resident since 1997. For 20 years, I've owned and operated a professional booking agency. Over that time, I've watched Live Nation move into other markets and devour and absorb independent venues. It happened in the Bay Area a long time ago. A more recent casualty is Denver, and if you're not familiar with that history, I strongly recommend you do some research. 10 to 15 years ago, there were at least a dozen independent venues I worked with in Denver. Today, half of them are owned by Live Nation and the other half are owned by AEG. It's like going to your favorite salad bar and being given the options of iceberg or romaine. That's all there is. I book tours all over North America, and though I strive to work with independent production teams everywhere that I can, it's not always possible anymore. To do the best for my clients, I sometimes have to work with Live Nation, and there are some very good people who work for them, most of which were poached from independent venues, and that's exactly what will happen in Portland. Don't think for a second that Live Nation will create a bunch of jobs for unskilled, unemployed people. They'll take the talent from existing local venues, destabilize them, and create a void. We all agree that the city is missing a venue of a certain size, but if you're cold and you need a blanket, and the new settlers offer you the blankets they brought from the smallpox hospital, do you take them? Many have remarked that a lot of exciting tours skip Portland because they're Live Nation tours. So do you reward the bully who refuses to send great artists to town by giving them a foothold here? Portland earned its international recognition as a home for the arts with its independent culture and famous food carts. Even the Moda Center and the PDX Airport all have local concessions now. That's amazing and unique. Let's preserve our uniqueness and not invite a corporate monopoly like Live Nation Ticketmaster to spread its cancer here. And for the more business-minded capitalists in the room who think all of this utopian talk about local art and culture is hogwash, let me put it to you this way. You're inviting Live Nation to build a giant vacuum that will suck up huge amounts of money from the local economy and funnel it out of state. There has to be a better way. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks to all of you for your coming and for your comments. Okay, we have one last public testimony person, Liz Gabriel, with near here. Nope.
Apologize. My name is Liz Gabriel. I apologize for being last minute. I thought I didn't really have anything to say. And then I took a look at the Prosper Portland mission statement, the about what we do kind of thing. And I was just trying to jive how handing over the city to Live Nation corresponds with the mission. And you talk a lot about equity and opportunity for the underserved and all of that. And I was just thinking, what is equitable about just giving the city to Live Nation? You have a city full of artists who are working hard, pouring their hearts and soul, their money into building something, and Live Nation has been shown to not be supportive. I understand the desire to support Beam and Colos. They sound like amazing companies, but once the construction is complete, what we're left with is a corporation that's being sued by the DOJ, as we've heard multiple times today, and they're just preying on the local music scene and taking away from everything these artists have been trying to build. Sorry, like I said, I didn't have anything prepared, but yeah, just when I read about equity, trying to be equitable, what I think is equitable and how you support underserved communities is by supporting the artists that already live and work here, supporting the venues who are already here, not by handing the city over to Live Nation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now we'll go to questions and comments. So would the staff like to come back up? And, sure. Yeah, sure. Great. And then who would like to? I think we all probably have comments. Who would like to start?
I'm happy to start. I sort of have a series of questions, and so I feel like they fit into a couple of different buckets. I think, so I can, and I'm not sure how much time we have for this, and I know our next agenda item is also here, but I do want to give this some due diligence. So I think one of my, so I have some questions for Prosper around sort of the sale versus long-term lease set of questions, and then some workforce and equity questions, and then I have some set of questions around the question about Live Nation. So why don't we just start with the sale versus long-term lease? I think there was a brief description of that in your overview. And so can you explain how a long-term lease constituted a subsidy? I feel like you said that really quickly around why the choice of a sale versus a long-term lease, because long-term lease could be construed as a subsidy.
So maybe I'll take a first stab and then Amy can, we heard.
Can you turn your microphone? Thanks.
It is on, sorry about that. So I want to be super clear because I think it also gets to some of the process questions. We in fact heard that via Music Portland at a Music Portland event, that a long-term lease was being considered a subsidy rather than a purchase and sale agreement. It is one of the major underpinning reasons why we moved from a long-term lease to a purchase and sale agreement. So during one of the public events that was held down in the Central East Side, it was conveyed to the community that a long-term lease was a subsidy. I think we firmly disagree with that, and I stood up at that event and said as such, which is ultimately it's just two ways of structuring a property sale. So the pivot, the transaction has been out there. I want to say the transaction has been out there for multiple years, and it's something we heard from community. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm clear of the timeline. I really appreciate the the long timeline that this has been. So I know it feels like last minute to many people in the room. I also understand that the people sitting at the dais right now, this feels like years and years of your life, which it has been. So I want to recognize and appreciate that. And there's probably both of those things are true at the same time. I think my other question about the sort of the development, so the RFP process was, the RFP went out for a sale, not a long-term lease because of that feedback? Or did the RFP just go out for the development and then what the agreement came to was for the sale?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the RFP actually went out with two things. One was no public subsidy, and in fact, we structured it as a long-term lease, just facing, kind of knowing our financial sustainability plan. Again, the pivot is directly related to the community feedback we heard during a Music Portland event that a ground lease constitutes.
I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't in the, I wanted to be clear that
Yeah.
that wasn't in the RFP. I think that there's a couple of questions I have on the workforce policy and green building policy. So if this is a sale, the workforce policies that Prosper Portland has in the green building policy still apply under the sale? Okay.
That's right.
The second thing is I heard from the two, I know Andrew Colas, but I'm not, I don't know you, I'm so sorry. Jonathan. I wanted to just ask a question. Both of you had mentioned unions, and I wanted to ask if you have a project labor agreement, even though this is a sale and not a Prosper Portland development.
We do not have a project labor agreement, but with the requirements that this project comes, it requires BOLI wages. So we see that the majority of the companies that'll work on it likely will be signatory to the unions.
I see. So there's no PLA, but you plan to follow the prevailing wage law.
Absolutely.
Well, and we're complying with the workforce equity, the training, and green building.
That Prosper has set out, even though
Even though it's a market rate transaction.
It's a market rate
And that was not factored into the appraisal
Okay,
of the property.
great. I think the other piece on this is on the, I feel like on the piece that was put up around the wages that the Live Nation would provide, you cited the average wages. It would be really helpful for me just moving forward if we talk about the median wage. Because I think average wages can be incredibly skewed, especially when you have a sort of upper tier and then everybody else makes $10 or what have you. So I think that would be great to sort of see as we move forward on projects in the future. Thanks. And then I have a set of sort of Live Nation questions. So I think my first set is, was there any other provider considered as you move forward with this project before you chose Live Nation?
Well, there's essentially two organizations big enough to do a project of this scale and size. So it's Live Nation and AG. And when you really look at the two, it's like Ford and Chevy or Apple and Samsung, or, you know, they're just the two mega groups. So we heard a couple people, Marshall talked about their group, that's AG. Alex Blosser talked about their group, that's AG. And for us, it was about the people that we knew at Live Nation. That's who we partnered with. And I think when I look personally at AG and I look at the owner of that company, there's a lot of things I could say about him, right? But at the end of the day, I support their project. I think it's good for Portland. I'm not going to say all the things I think. People can look up the owner of that company themselves and make up their own determination. But at the end of the day, it's another venue and it will create other opportunities. And I'm not going to say anything against them or what they are doing, because right now, more is more for Portland.
Yeah, and we had conversations with both.
Yep.
I mean, we did our due diligence, and we had conversations with local promoters who proposed concepts that required a tremendous amount of public subsidy, federal dollars, all of these things that are not tenable right now. We need to build affordable housing. I mean, I'm very well aware of the limited resources we have in the district. We were not going to secure meaningful subsidies to buy or to build a venue. And this is a market rate transaction. There's no subsidy money. You know, those resources can flow to other projects. So this was a viable option for us with a partner that liked the site and is ready to move forward.
I think my other question, I feel like, and I feel a little bit bad, frankly, that you guys are up here answering Live Nation questions. And
Sure.
there's not a representative from Live Nation here. So I'm just going to say, like, if you don't know the answer to this, like, that's totally fine and you can skip it. I think and we can talk to them directly, but I feel like in 2010, the DOJ has a Live Nation settlement that they had in 2010, and then in 2020 they violated that settlement. The DOJ went back and then fined them and made them, re-up the settlement that they had. I feel like I'm looking at the list of things that you were sort of guaranteeing under Live Nation, and like one of them, for example, is the 20 events per year. I'm unclear what percentage of events that is and what standard that meets. I think the other things around sort of the hiring numbers, all of these promises, I feel like a company who violates the Department of Justice settlement, and now we're making a settlement. I mean, I like being on this board. This is my third meeting, but I'm clearly not the Department of Justice.
Sure.
So what is the accountability that's built into this? Like, especially given that it's a sale, if they do violate the contract and the conditions that you've outlined, and then how long does that accountability last? And then I think the second part of that is if the Department of Justice and the 40 states are successful in the lawsuit, what is the impact that could have? Does that mean that they could then close this venue or pull out of the deal? Which I assume, given the timeline of this, that decision could come before the completion of the project.
Well, I think that's a great question, and really we are the ones that right now are transacting with you all, right? It's Beam and Colas. So we've looked into all that, right? It's a huge risk for us because essentially we're investing almost $50 million. We've already nearly invested $1 million of our own dollars into this with no subsidy from Prosper, Live Nation, right? That's us. And so as any business, you have to do your due diligence on an owner. And I think when we look at the pending lawsuit and we ask the questions, will that have any overall impact on our project? The answer is no. The project will move forward. The project will get built. The project will be tenanted. That's how we have to structure our agreement for our own safety and security. We have to finance these deals. There's a lot of scrutiny when you finance a deal of this size and scale. You cannot finance a deal like this without having this level of certainty on our own behalf and on the behalf of our tenants. So we've looked into that. And as that's resolved, whatever happens will happen, and whatever that determination will exist. But the project will be there and the operation will continue forward.
Yeah, and Live Nation is an operator of venues. Technically, if the DOJ were to break up Live Nation and Ticketmaster, Live Nation would still be there to operate the venue. And we have that, and so we have that commitment.
Yeah, I mean.
And they're the operator. Ticketmaster is not the operator of the venue in and of itself. They're the ticketing arm. So we have a commitment from a company to sign a long-term lease that allows us to go and finance the deal. And that commitment is durable, and they'll be operated consistent with whatever the outcome of that litigation is. That's how the venue will be operated. And then, so you asked.
And then I think the other thing is that the lease and the commitment that you have has a set of things that were outlined up here, right? That, like the 20% the 20 events a year is unclear to me of like what percentage of events that is.
Sure.
Is that 1%? Is it 10?
They're targeting about 126 events per year.
So that would be inside of that.
15%.
Yeah.
And then I think my other question was the accountability to that. So you have a long-term lease with them. So are you the accountability holders then to their performance to the lease, which is these items here?
We are.
And so I just want to be
Just
really,
like we're the accountability holder to their lease, right? So they have to
to the
pay.
development of the project.
Exactly.
So I guess then my sort of overall comments here, and I think that you know the risk that you're putting yourselves in by being the accountability to the completion of the project and the accountability to the long-term lease, is that puts us in a position that if those violations do happen, that Beam and Colas, for the sake of Portland, is the accountable party. And so I just want to be super clear about that. And I think a lot of the comments that have come up today have been about both of you all being great companies and the challenges with the Live Nation's accountability. So it just makes me nervous. So I'll just be fair.
Sure.
I'm sure I'm not as nervous as the two of you.
No, and I'd like to think we're fairly sophisticated
Yeah, you seem
contractually,
like it.
and we're going to put the conditions that were on the screen in the lease, right? And it's not that every year it's going to be 20 shows out of 86. We hope there's 150 shows. I mean, local promoters want to promote shows in this room. We can't commit that 20 of them are going to come forward. Maybe it's 30 in one year and it's 15 in another, but the room will be made available. And there's not going to be telescoping, seats on the floors. There's not going to be radius clauses. I mean, those are pretty straightforward, and there's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure.
And quite frankly, for us to get that was not easy, right?
Yeah, no,
As an organization, we had to go to this tenant that we've already invested all this into and ask them for things that they have not done in other cities. So when we obviously public comment, you hear all these things and, I get that it's all aimed towards Live Nation, but we are the developers. This transaction is happening with us. We've met with Music Portland multiple times. We've had multiple conversations. I will point out that I've had threats come from people like Jamie Dunphy, like threats. Like he said, firebomb if this doesn't go forward. So for me, I don't take this lightly. I should not be getting targeted. I should not be getting threats. And you will notice through all these comments, none of them apologized, right? These are real things. I live in this city, I'm from this city, and I've been threatened to bring this to this city. So I appreciate what you said. I don't take this lightly. I don't take threats lightly either, Jamie, just to be clear. And you're running for office, and I'm looking at you in your eye, and you never apologize for what you said or what you did. So just know that, and don't shake your head. I have it on video. Yep, that is accurate. So I will get off that topic, but I will say we take this very seriously. And what we have said, we are committing to. And we negotiated all these things because of what we heard. The reason that we changed from a lease to a sale is because what they wanted us to do. We built everything out to do a lease. So we're responding to the public, again, on a market rate transaction. We have spent 2 years trying to get the best deal for everybody that's here. We're not trying to harm the independent music industry. We're trying to set an example. We're making Live Nation doing things they haven't done in other cities. And I really, truly hope that this ends up being a model that they can use in other cities so that we can change that narrative. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're bringing to you all today. And that's what we're committed to. Thank you for the questions.
Yeah, I think that those are my questions. I feel like the other piece for me is just the question about the terms of are there terms of the lease outside of the ones that you've put up that you would be willing to share with the Prosper board, just so we could see the full? I get that there are lots of pieces in the lease that would be incredibly confidential, but some of the more community-based terms
I think
that you feel like if there are additions to the ones that we've seen, it would be great to see those.
Yeah, I mean, it's unconventional to share
The full
leases
lease. I totally
between
understand.
private
Don't
parties
send me
with
the
a
lease.
public
That's not what I'm asking
So
for.
we're committed to incorporating these provisions in the lease, right? And it's going to be a requirement of the PSA, and we will provide evidence to Prosper Portland, and you'll have an opportunity to review that. If there's other things that we can provide, it makes a lot of sense. This is not meant to be a super opaque process, but it's not feasible for us to email a lease in its entirety. But yes, we would,
Totally not what I'm asking.
we would be happy to do that, working with your team.
That'd be great. Thanks. That's it.
Other comments?
I was
Okay,
going to
who
say,
wants
my
to go
only
first?
question was also a little bit of what Felicia was talking about, and that was just the mechanisms that are going to be in place for the tracking to making sure that when those 20 things or that for the community to use the venue, just making sure that how are we going to track that to make sure that it's truly happening by year. So it's just a little bit of that. she've already asked a lot of my questions about equity and different things like that, but making sure the partnership is there, are there mechanisms in place for tracking? So to make sure that those things that they said they were gonna do is gonna happen. And again, it's on you all,
Yep.
but reporting back to make sure.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
I'd like to bucket my questions into three categories. I think the first, from the Central East Side perspective, some questions around water, and then obviously Live Nation. Before I do get into it, I do want to disclose a potential conflict. So I am a member of two LLCs that have an ownership interest in a building in the Central East Side. Beam is also party to that. That is not a building that is related to this deal, but just for transparency reasons, I want to disclose that. I'm still going to ask the questions and would like to participate in the discussion. I think first, as a longtime resident of the Central East Side, I'm very familiar with the ODOT blocks. I have worked in that neighborhood for 14 years. Like the business owner from Cargo testified, I remember when it was an asphalt recycling lot. I remember coming back to my car and having it be covered in dust. I remember having colleagues have their cars broken into as they parked alongside there. So I think for me, from a development standpoint, I think there are a few things. I think the first off is the conversation, I think, of developing the area is one that I don't think there's a lot of dispute from the folks in the room, right? Like there is a vacant lot. It is an eyesore. It is a safety concern. It is an environmental concern. And I think as as the Prosper Board has contemplated the recent OMSI deal, I think there's benefit to development of this area. I will say that, as someone who hearkens for, Portland to kind of get back to its glorier days, I think there's something exciting about a venue to promote artists in this space. I think there's something promising about both the families that are here in front of us, generational families that are putting, their personal reputations at risk, business reputations at risk to develop this area. So I think that it is also notable that, at least in the public discourse today, most of the discourse was not about either the families, the development, but really about sort of the potential tenants. I want to save some space for that. But I think just opining, the neighborhood needs development to support its long-term growth. And I say that as someone who's been there for 14 years. I want to talk a little about the water and access, something that is obviously a passion point for me personally. I know that there is a firehouse that is nearby on the water, and I'm wondering if, as part of the conversations, either with the city or the state, if any conversations were had related to making said venue accessible by water, either by kayak, canoe, boats. I do believe there's a public access there, and so I'm just curious if that might be something that could be considered as part of the project.
Thanks, Marcelino. Absolutely. There's the Holman dock that's accessible, and also the fire department's dock. We've not had specific conversations about that. I think one of the kind of key features of the project is that it's adjacent to the Esplanade and adjacent to the river, and the site's accessible from all four quadrants, kind of on, multi-modes. So, running, walking, biking, so you can get from every quadrant right to the site without any potential impediments. So I think a water taxi would be a phenomenal idea. I think Portland needs a water taxi badly, and it doesn't exist yet. So I think this would be a phenomenal feature and an opportunity for the project to partner and kind of work with, kind of getting people access to the site. It's our kind of brand vision for the venue is to focus on the history and the kind of the power of the Willamette River. It's in our kind of concept, and it's a big part of the story, and we hope that that kind of dovetails with people making investments in kind of amenities like a water taxi that could then provide another access point to the venue.
as I think about parking in that area and just some of the pain points, I could certainly see it being an alleviation. I do know that you guys talked a little bit about the train and the train not being an issue. I have been stuck by that train.
Sure.
I've spent many hours of my life stuck by that train, so I will politely disagree with you. That train's a pain. I'm curious, related to things that require other folks to kind of weigh on, if any conversations were had around a pedestrian bridge over the train to get access, particularly around the 6 p.m. hour, when I can imagine a number of the concerts potentially opening acts starting to come on.
So most of the shows are starting later than that, when most of the people are, I mean, I've worked on Water Avenue for almost 20 years, my entire career. So we know it empties out pretty quickly around 5 and 6 p.m. Most of the shows will start later than that, so 7, 8 p.m. So people will probably start arriving. I think our transportation impact study contemplates people starting to show up around 7 p.m. While the train can be an impediment for access, and we're going to have a robust conversation undoubtedly about that at our land use hearing tomorrow, or the appeal hearing. You can get from both bridgeheads on both sides of the Hawthorne Bridge in about 8 minutes. And in the scheme of things, it's not bad walk if you get dropped off at Grand Avenue, even if you park further down and migrate back up to one of the bridgeheads and walk over. So we have not talked about a pedestrian, kind of a new amenity of a pedestrian kind of overpass. Presumably it would be attached to one of the existing viaducts. But one of the things that I think is given us a lot of comfort is that OMSI has, I think, about 1.25 million visitors every year to their facility, their museum. And they're a beloved organization and a thriving organization, one that's growing, and they have the same challenges with access as we do. And it hasn't been an impediment to their growth, and we have them coming out to support us tomorrow at our land use hearing. And transportation really is foundational to that process. And it's something that we're thinking about, and we'll provide information on the website speaking to how people can get to the venue when there are access impediments.
So we definitely have a plan for now, but I think, again, as we think about developments, when you create development, it usually leads to more development, right? So we already know that OMSI has a master plan that's going to be coming forward, so we're excited about that. And I think as you see that this kind of energy and activation of this community, those conversations become more people are going to listen about potentially looking at a bridge that would go over the train station, but you need to start with getting development, getting more people there, and creating kind of the impetus to getting to the next stage. And I think we're really excited about this leading to further development and then really coupling this with what OMSI is going to do in their master plan. And it'll really lead to real change in that neighborhood.
Thank you. All right, my last one's around Live Nation, and I want to agree with my fellow commissioner just around sort of the risks around Live Nation and Ticketmaster. And I think, first off, I think it is telling that we didn't have musicians necessarily coming on, up here to say, hey, this is something we're in support of. We're talking about a music venue. I do think that speaks, loudly. And if there are musicians out there that are in support of this, I would certainly love to hear from them. And that's hard. I mean, I think, again, I'm not going to weigh in on a federal case because I'm not a lawyer. But, from where I sit, I think the best, sort of starting point is allowing the wheels of justice to play its role and getting you to a better starting point than the concerns that you've heard from others here in this room today. And I think that's a difficult place to be. And I think I just say this as someone who's known you both for a really long time. Like there's and I know you know this, but I want to say this out loud. There's a lot of inherent risk to you being wrong, and I know that you are both very savvy business people, and I know that Prosper team has gone through this due diligence, and so I know the behind the scenes conversations that were likely had to get to this point that might not be visible to everyone in this room, and so I say this both as a balancing point, but also a consideration that I do hope that the hooks that are in these contracts are such so that if something happens that is not in line with what is expected, that we don't become a future testimony in someone else's city hall or economic development commission meeting 2 or 3 years now. And I think again, I understand the scale of this project limits the number of partners, and I'm
big person who, a person who believes in big, ambitious, development projects, and I think this is that. So I'm just acknowledging that there's a lot of risk to this. I know that you've taken it on to support this, and for the sake of everyone, I hope you all are right.
Thank you.
I don't want to take up a ton of time, so I want to reiterate and appreciate the comments that Polisa and Marcelino have made. I think they're really important. I also really want to appreciate the energy that the people who brought testimony today brought to the room. It's part of what makes Portland great and our nation great, to have the ability to speak up and share our concerns. And I would hope that moving forward, you'll be able to partner with COLUS and with Beam to hold Live Nation accountable to what they're committing to. And I also want to commend the COLUS Beam team for pushing to create a really innovative structure with Live Nation that I hope will be something that is a model moving forward. I know it's already been said, but there's a much bigger gorilla who is taking on Live Nation, which is the Department of Justice. And I'm not going to pretend that any of us here have the ability or the wherewithal to actually do that work. So I want to just kind of reiterate that we're here to consider the sale of this property and a potential development partnership with COLUS and Beam to activate this area of the city of Portland. And when I heard about these plans when they became public, I was just flabbergasted, because we have had so little development occur in the last few years in Portland, and we have struggled in particular with commercial development. And I think many of us wrote off the ODOT blocks as a site that was not going to be developed for many, many years to come. And I was so impressed that the two of you were able to persevere and find a really innovative outcome to be able to move forward with activity here that's going to support our local businesses and our economy. So I commend you both for that. I'm very excited to see this project move forward, and I know it's been years in the making, and the Prosper team has worked really hard. So this is a pretty big milestone. So congratulations to the two of you in achieving that, and also to the Prosper team as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody, for your comments. A great discussion. I just have two kind of nitty-gritty questions, and then I'm going to make a few personal comments from my own part. So there was a reference to the open room concept, and that it would actually be an open room and other folks would be allowed to promote shows there. Is that that's part of your agreement with Live Nation? And is there any commitment as far as pricing goes? I mean, it's open.
We haven't
is there
gotten.
anything you can say about that?
I think that the biggest part about open room is just even considering it, right? Like, because a lot of venue operators would not. And for them, they'll consider it, and not only consider it, they've committed to that. And I think it's good to have that same reciprocal manner with other operators in this region.
And that's what keeps it fair. This is reciprocity across other venues, right? And that's the critical piece, especially with another potential venue of a similar size, with a similar large business backing it. They want, that's important to have that reciprocity, and will keep people honest. Live Nation does, and it was in our presentation at the roundtables. Live Nation books content at a lot of other venues, and will continue to book content at other venues, and wants to, and so they will offer that reciprocity to other operators, which is an exception to how it's done in other markets. And we've been making that representation since the beginning of the roundtable discussions, that this would be an open room. And that's a big deal. That went all the way to the top, to the vice president of U.S. Concerts at Live Nation, saying we want to do it differently here in Portland. And one of the key ways we can do that is allow local promoters to use a room that they're investing a tremendous amount of resources in building out their TI. That's a big commitment. That's a big concession in a sense, because other cities and other commissions in your position will hear that, presumably, and ask potentially the same thing of them. And so we think that's a big win for other promoters to be able to promote shows in this venue.
Great. And that's a perfect segue into my other question, which was, Was Live Nation invited to participate today as invited testimony, or did they elect not to come, or were they not contacted, or,
Well,
do you know?
we're the party contracting with Prosper Portland. Yeah, and
I
so,
know.
yeah, it's a great question. We didn't exclude them either. It was.
No
it was-
problem.
Yeah,
I just was curious. It might have been,
sure.
might have been nice to have their feedback.
Sure, yeah.
In response to some valid questions.
Sure, yeah. The lead of their, lives in Northeast Portland, has, I think, an Anderson Paak show in Bend tonight, which is a big show.
Right,
And this
right.
is the busy season, so.
Yeah, no, I saw them listed I think it was in the roundtables.
Sure.
So I know
And
they showed up for those.
They participated in those, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. And then I'll go ahead and just make a few comments. I could save these for later, but I'll just do them right now since everybody has already weighed in a little bit. So I first want to express appreciation for everybody. You guys, I know both of your families. I have tremendous respect for you and appreciation for you as partners with Prosper and just supporters of our city.
Thank you.
And all the things that you do. And the music community, I'm super appreciative of all the folks who came to testify today. I really appreciate the music community. I was thinking to myself, I saw 4 shows last month. 2 of them were in pubs. And then I also saw a show at the Aladdin, T-Bone Burnett, and I saw the Foo Fighters at Providence Park. So I think I covered the whole range of possible shows. And so I'm very appreciative of the music community here. And I just want to say that it's really important. I think all of us realize how important it is that community is supported. For my own part, though, I have to disclose, I don't have as Commissioner Alvarez mentioned, he had something he wanted to disclose. I have to disclose, I don't have a personal conflict of interest, but unfortunately, I have a very direct client conflict of interest in this matter. And so I'm unfortunately in a position, and my day job as a business lawyer, I work with folks who are intimately involved in this whole situation. So I'm going to have to abstain from voting. I'm not going to vote for or against the 2 resolutions, but I will have to abstain, so you know. And I think everybody kind of had a feel for that already, so anyway. So procedurally, though, I will continue. If we have no further comments or discussion, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion and see how it plays out. So would somebody like to make a motion to approve resolution number 7578?
I'd actually like to make a motion to table the discussion until our next board meeting, when we can see the rest of the agreement that you all are going to get to Prosper.
Okay. Procedurally,
Is there a second?
we have a second for that? Table? Not hearing a second? Then we'll go back to the original resolution. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve resolution number 7578?
I make a motion to approve 7578.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I do. I have some. I just feel like I want to be, I think that one of my challenges with the city, frankly, the city of Portland generally, I think that you expressed some of this in your testimony, is that we agree to wonderful things and then we don't have accountability to follow through on them. And so then what happens when we don't follow through on that accountability, it creates pretty damaging outcomes for our community. And I hear both of you right now taking on that accountability, and I really appreciate that. So I'm going to vote to move forward based on your word and this accountability. I want you to know if that accountability doesn't come, that the color of that for the future of our city and this relationship is going to be incredibly damaging. And so I think somebody has to say that directly. And I can see it in both of your faces that you understand that. But I think it's really important that the community, who not only is here to testify, but the commitments that you have from Live Nation, that you have at least have somebody on this board and at this, hopefully on the city council and other places, giving them a very strong message that that accountability is going to be real.
If I could add one thing, I mean, I think I struggle with this because I think it is weighing interests of both, a organization that seeks to develop and improve neighborhoods while also posing, we've talked about the risk to the music community, and I think there's a version of like my 17-year-old self that's like screaming in my head right now as we contemplate this, while also understanding that there's more nuance to this than just what's at the table. And so I do want to thank everyone from the music community that came out here today, and I hope that we don't come to regret this decision, to be totally honest with you. I think it's a tricky one. And so I just want to acknowledge everyone who came out here and spoke today.
Okay, so. We'll go ahead and take a vote then. So all those in favor?
Chair Cruz, I
Aye.
think you
Yes,
need a
I'm sorry.
second on, I don't think.
He
we have a
already
second.
seconded.
We already have a second.
We did it, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
There's something else? No. Okay, all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, motion passes. So then we have resolution number 7579. This pertains to the exclusivity term sheet. So we have the same process to go through with that. Would somebody like to make a motion on resolution 7579?
I so move.
I so second.
You have a second? Okay. All right, further discussion? All those in favor then?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4 in favor, 1 abstention. All right, thanks to everybody for coming. Appreciate that. So we're going to go ahead and take like a 2-minute break, and then we'll be back for our next item, item 9. Meeting. The next item is item 9. This is an action item authorizing a forgivable loan in an amount not to exceed $10 million to Williams and Russell Community Development Corporation and Black Business Hub LLC for environmental remediation, pre-development, and construction on certain property bounded approximately by North Williams Avenue, Northeast Russell Street, North Vancouver Avenue, and Northeast Knott Street in the Interstate Corridor Tax Increment Finance District. And to testify today from staff, Lisa Aboif, Kay Little, and Charles Funches will join us.
That was my mistake.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. And then JT Flowers and Azalea Renfield will also testify. If you want to go ahead and come up, that'd be great. I know you have to leave early, so yes, so so you can just zip in and go. Have one other. So you want to go ahead and great. Okay. Okay. You want to go ahead and get started?
Sure. I haven't done this order before. So I guess what we're going to do is go ahead and just let the folks who are here to testify, they can go ahead and go first so that they can make kind of their next commitment. And then the Prosper team will present like we normally do and walk you through kind of the terms and some of the, for the term sheet as well as the background of the project. And then we can move to the next set of invited testimony if that works. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Good evening, Commissioners, Executive Director Brennan, community residents, and friends. My name is Azalea Renfield. I am the Executive Director of Williams & Russell. Joining me this evening is Bryson Davis, right here, President. And then we also have John Washington, who's in the gallery, Justice Raji, JT Flowers, Ty Dunton Strain, Kara Sotomayor, who's on Zoom, who's happy to speak as well, and then Anyale Halaba. We're super excited to be here before you all to really just make an ask about wealth creation for the Albina neighborhood. We're going to speak to the importance of sustainability, our partnership with Prosper, a realized and shared vision of restoring Albina vision, and a vision of what wealth creation looks like. I'm going to pass over to JT to speak.
I got to tap it. There we go. Are we good? Hello, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. Can you hear me? I'll speak a little bit louder. My name is JT Flowers. I have the honor of serving as the Director of Government Affairs and Communications for the Albina Vision Trust, and I also hold the honor of being able to serve on the Williams & Russell CDC board. I'm here to highlight a few things tonight. I know that our order here is a bit unconventional. I'm so sorry. I have another commitment that I have to make it to in a few short minutes, but just wanted to situate this work in its proper context. You know, the history of this project is not a secret to anybody in the room. This was a block that was really seized from the Black community. There were over 300 homes that were demolished through the expansion of Legacy Emanuel, homes that were seized via racist urban renewal practices. 74% of those homes were Black-owned. Black businesses were destroyed in this process. And in this instance, quite unlike most urban renewal practices around the country, we can actually point to the individual families that were impacted by this action. For years, for decades, the community, the city, and of course, Legacy Health have been trying to think about what it looks like, not only to repair the harm done, but to imagine what could have happened on the South Block if our community were historically and systemically invested in rather than systemically divested from. And that's effectively the question that we are posing to you as a commission today, right? We have an opportunity to, on one block, build over 100 units of housing, right? 85 units of affordable family-centered housing, and then an additional 20 homes for missing middle-income homeowners, right, in our community. All of those all of those units will be eligible for the North-Northeast preference policy, ensuring that the folks who move back into the area are the folks who were pushed out by exactly the harm that we're talking about. We also have an opportunity to build a first-of-its-kind Black business hub in the city of Portland, one that will be dynamic and innovative across multiple levels, not just in terms of what it can do for the Black community, but in terms of how that building is constructed in and of itself, right? The environmental standards that that building will meet, the construction practices, the development practices that will shape the creation of that business hub are really, really vital for us to think about. I know that some of my colleagues and of course the city will talk in greater detail about the current state of negotiations between Williams and Russell and Legacy. My job is not to handle that part of the conversation here, but just to remind you that this work does not happen in a vacuum. This work does not happen in isolation. It's really critical for us to understand that when we talk about what it looks like to make the Black community whole, but to also lay a generational foundation for the success of Black Portlanders over the course of the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, we cannot think about this on a project-by-project basis. It's not going to be enough for us to solely invest in the Albina Vision Trust. It's not going to be enough for us solely to invest in the work going on in Cully. We have to think holistically about creating an ecosystem of opportunity for our most marginalized communities. This project speaks to that in an incredibly direct way. It's a project that we have not only the funding necessary to bring to life with your help, but also the momentum necessary to actualize, and I implore you to act on that today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we look forward to your deliberation.
Thank you. And just adding to that, this 1.7 acres is something that's going to transform the community in such a big, meaningful way. It's about wealth creation, and we need your help to do that, to realize this vision has been an eyesore for so long and to just restore justice. Wealth creation through the mobilization of humans, which we are, financial, capital, and physical, natural resources is before us. We have all the tools here to get this done, but we can't do it without you. Lastly, building wealth takes some time. It takes effort and it takes a lot of discipline. We are here for the charge. Hold us accountable, but we cannot do it without your help. And lastly, the good news is that there are not only strategies that can help people, but it's us. We're employed to do so. We have in the gallery people supporting our dream, our vision, our mission, and we ask that you make this unprecedented ask so that we can make these things better for our community and the community that we serve. I'll turn over to Amy.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys
coming.
Tough acts to follow. Excuse me, just for good measure, Amy Nagy, Development Manager here at Prosper Portland. I am joined by my colleagues, Charles Funches, who's a project manager on my team, as well as Kay Little, who's our investment asset manager here at the organization. And we're going to get the deck started in 1 moment. Here we go. Thank you. So next slide, please. So we're here today with the board to request that you authorize a forgivable loan to the Williams and Russell Community Development Corporation and the Black Business Hub LLC to be used for environmental remediation, pre-development, and construction costs for the Williams and Russell project, which is located in the Interstate Tax Increment Finance District. Next slide, please. This is in alignment with Advance Portland, in particular Objectives 2 and 3, in promoting equitable wealth creation for what will be on the site, as well as fostering vibrant neighborhood commercial districts. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go over just a little bit of the project history, the history of the partnership that's brought us here today. Then I'll hand it over to Charles, who's going to walk through kind of the plan for what's called the campus, the Williams and Russell campus, and he'll talk about the 3 individual projects as well as some of the findings of the environmental. And then we'll hand it over to Kay, who will talk about the key aspects of the term sheet. So this is not going to do it justice, so I'm thankful that JT and Azalea were also just presenting. I think just a kind of a brief snapshot because of our awareness of the importance and criticalness of this site. The fact that this block was in the 1940s through the 1960s a really vibrant place that had housing and businesses that were predominantly owned by African Americans in the neighborhood was incredibly important. At the time, the Portland Development Commission and the City of Portland condemned the site for the expansion of the Emmanuel Hospital campus, which displaced many of the families and the businesses. The top photo that you see here, it was referred to as the Hill Block. The cupola is over at Dawson Park, but that's all that remains. Unfortunately, the hospital expansion was never realized, and so the land has sat fallow for multiple years, and it's presenting a great opportunity to implement this community vision that you're going to hear more about. The site has grown a little bit into 2.12 acres, actually, because it is now including Knott Street that's going to have parking that supports for the future townhomes that will be there. Next slide, please. So I'm going to walk through some of the key milestones that kind of precipitated this most recent era of discussions and envisioning. I think as I walk through it, there's multiple moments over the past what we're working on 10 years. But I want to kind of call out to the amount of labor, both emotional and kind of commitment that has happened throughout this to make these milestones possible is super critical. So there's people within the gallery that have been here since day one. And it's something I think that the relationship is one, excuse me, that is really important and it's one that we don't take for granted. So starting in kind of 2015 and 16, both the Portland Housing Bureau as well as Prosper Portland worked on kind of separate but complementary initiatives about how to invest tax increment dollars within the interstate district. So the Portland Housing Bureau developed their North-Northeast housing strategy. Prosper Portland developed the North-Northeast Community Development Initiative Action Plan. And through a lot of those discussions, with committees, with community, the Legacy Emmanuel properties were identified as really a critical site for a community-based project. So in 2017 and 2018, Legacy committed to return the land to community, and Prosper Portland and the city, including the mayor's office, as well as PHB, as well as Legacy, we announced this collaborative process to kind of define what a development might look like through a community-led process. There was what would become known as the Project Working Group. A nominating committee was actually developed to nominate those members and was convened during that time. The members of the Project Working Group, who you'll see in a few moments, and some are also with us today, were selected and convened. Oh, thank you. I've been talking for a while. There was also a charter that was drafted for the Project Working Group that gave the framework for the interactions, the goals, and the partnership, particularly with the institutional partners, as well as an MOU, and we'll talk about that in a moment too. The next couple of years were really dedicated to the community-led engagement and visioning. So the Project Working Group did a lot of discussions amongst themselves. Prosper Portland, Portland Housing Bureau, we served as real technical advisors just around kind of how development works because there was a broad swath of folks that were coming to the table. Some had experience with that. Some were bringing lived experience in the neighborhood, et cetera. A couple of land use changes that happened was the site was actually rezoned to CM3, so it made it a little bit more flexible of a zoning and you could build more. It was voted that the tax increment financing districts, so the interstate boundaries were amended to include this site. The hospital is not included in this site, but we brought this site in. We also reached maximum indebtedness for the district. And so this enabled the Portland Housing Bureau to go ahead and move ahead 3 more projects, housing projects that they were already working on. Prosper Portland also received about $20 million in additional TIF proceeds, and some of which we're using today to support this term sheet. While the visioning was happening, there was a lot of kind of aspects of it that coalesced around community, but there was a real question whether or not the development community wanted to work with a newly formed CDC to actually develop the project. And so they issued an RFI, and fortunately there was fantastic support for it and interest, so it gave them the confidence to go ahead and issue a request for proposal. A development team was selected, many who are joining us today. So Audrey, PCRI, Lever Architecture, as well as Coles Construction were selected to be the development team. This was a moment where the project working group actually sunsetted. So their goal and their purpose was really to set the vision and select a developer. The Williams & Russell CDC was formed in order to carry that into the next phase. Since 2022, I mean, there's been kind of ongoing negotiations, but the CDC has continued to engage with Legacy regarding the land transfer and the terms for that land transfer. We've provided, as in Prosper Portland, a grant to the CDC for pre-development, and we'll walk through kind of those aspects, but kind of very standard as one would do when you are preparing to develop a site. Some of that effort, though, led to kind of additional findings around the environmental and soil conditions at the site. And so as part of that, there is a strategy and a cost estimate, which is why we're making the funds that we're putting forward flexible to include covering the environmental because of the criticalness of that in order to develop the rest of the site. And then we've been negotiating a term sheet, which Kay will go into more of the details over the last year or so that we're really excited to present to you today. Next slide, please. So here's the partnership. You can see here there's the project working group, again, really a combination of community, the African-American community that had a kind of a range of expertise that we've talked about that helped lead this vision, and then more with the institutional partners of Prosper and PHB, as well as the mayor and Legacy. As you can see below, there's the MOU signatories. Bryson's holding it proudly there. So within the MOU, it really identified the commitments, though, and the charge. So the project working group, their charge was kind of defining what the community process would be. It was defining what the vision would be and selecting the developer. Legacy was committing to not only the land transfer, but exploring the possibility of providing an additional medical facility on the site. And if that were to be the case, kind of the terms by which they would do that and the costs that they would cover. They also agreed to participate just in the ongoing community process. The mayor's office agreed to something very similar of convening the process, actually, making sure that there were resources to support it. There's a lot that goes into engagement, and so he made sure that we had those funds. He also was committed to representing the project at City Council, as well as working with our permitting bureaus and others that would be supporting the development to make sure that folks had access and were getting sort of the clear support that they needed. Prosper Portland and PHB also agreed to continue to participate in the process, serve as technical advisors, and then make those TIF resources available as the project progressed. Next slide, please. So just briefly, there was extensive engagement that was done that was led by the project working group. There were some key community priorities that really rose to the top and that you'll see moving forward in the development today. So I'm just highlighting the top four, which is community was looking for the education and workforce training opportunities, having access to housing, both the affordable rental in terms of apartments, but also home ownership opportunities as a real wealth building opportunity. The desire to gather is ever present, and so making sure that there was community space to support that, as well as the ongoing support for entrepreneurs. So these priorities and the values that were identified by the working group were infused into the RFP in centering the African-American culture, in achieving economic justice with the planned development, creating opportunities for that connectivity and centering equity, as well as accountability to making sure that the project was going to be getting done and frankly, that the institutional partners were holding up our end of the deal as well. So the development team, just a couple of aspects. The the folks that were selected is an African-American-led development and construction team, and that was really important to the project working group to have that reflected back. They responded to the homeownership and the wealth creation opportunities, and in particular, raising the public funds to support the project and also leveraging the private investment that we're seeing now happen, which is really great. Next slide, please. So here's the fantastic project team. You've already heard from a couple of them. Just quickly, we still have Bryson Davis with us, who's the president and chair of the CDC. You heard from Azalea. Here's the full development team. You'll hear from Anjali in just a little bit. And then there's a board of directors that is staffed up with a wide variety of experience and expertise, and most importantly, commitment to the project. So we're thrilled to be working with them and talk with them every couple of days. So it's a solid relationship. I really appreciate it. So with that, could you go to the next slide? I'm going to transfer it over to Charles.
Good evening. Excuse me. Sorry. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, and Director. So, as Amy indicated, the vision. This has been a phenomenal experience, quite frankly. With a project working group and also our development partners with this process has been very instrumental to really see the vision take shape. It's been a labor of love, not only for Prosper and PHB staff, but also for the rest of us in the community as well to really see this project take place. And so again, we're very excited about it. And as Amy indicated, we have a full roster of professionals of the African-American community here in Portland that have a breadth of experience in their respective industries as far as architectural development, property management, legal, just an overall superior team of folks that are really going to help us execute the vision of the Williams and Russell. And also with the project working group, we like to thank them as well because they were very instrumental in really helping us advance this process. So again, we're very excited about it, and we're looking forward for more to come. And we're going to go through some additional slides to kind of give you some particulars about the individual projects. Next slide, please. So currently, just on the technical side, we are currently in pre-development. So at this point, we're actively engaged with pre-development activities. Of course, the site, since it's been not occupied and technically not in use, there is environmental concerns at the site. We do have remediation, or environmental site remediation process in the works at this point with our developer, which is Audrey, so thank you. And we're working closely with Legacy to really try to work on getting the site in a reasonable condition in order for us to get all three of the projects project ready and for us to break ground on it. But the site definitely needs a level of investment. And as Amy indicated, we have a forgivable loan that's been set aside of up to $10 million to allow the flexibility for the project to get the site remediated, cleaned to standards that are suitable for the home ownership properties, as well as the affordable housing, the affordable apartment units as well. The initial investment from Prosper Portland, again, will help us really get, again, the site remediated, cleaned, and structured again for the purposes of getting the structures built. Of course, we don't want to see folks take properties that have environmental concerns. So again, in the public interest, this is one of the reasons why we put some flexibility into the forgivable loan for the project. And hopefully, without any further delays or obstacles, we are looking forward to being on track and on time with the development of the project. So to give you some insight of what's in the pre-development phase that we're working on presently, we're working on architectural and engineering. Again, site surveys that, again, confirms like the condition of the site. Also, partitioning the site as well. There will be 3 individual parcels dedicated, one for home ownership units, the other for the Black Business Hub and Community Center, which will also offer affordable tenanting for businesses at that site, as well as the affordable apartment process, or affordable apartments that will be constructed by PCRI, Portland Community Reinvestment Initiatives. Let's see, next slide, please. Thank you. So let's talk about the environmental piece. The scope is pretty clear. In order for us to put together a site that will be suitable for this scale of a project, it's going to be important that the site, again, is cleaned. It's been a number of decades. We know it's a concern, but we're working closely with our development partners in DEQ to really work with getting the site remediated, again, to make it clear and ready to be processed for development. The site is going to require likely full excavation of the site, removal of soil, and then also working with our Portland Housing Bureau partner as well, to make sure that the housing component for rental, again, meets all of state and federal requirements for construction without, again, a site being hot or dirty or contaminated. We project that within the next 12 months or no later than May of 2025, that'll be our deadline to see that the project will take place. As far as the construction of the homeownership units, which again, our target is May of 2025. So that's our goal with that piece. The initial investment, again, we're hoping that the final costs will be less than 12 to 13 million. Ideally, we would like to see it come in for remediation of the site between 5 to 6 million. Ideally, that would be the goal. So we're keeping our fingers crossed on that. But again, the investment that Prosper Portland is putting aside will allow that flexibility for those funds to be used to really remediate the site properly. So again, the development partners will be able to really tap into those resources to utilize getting the site cleaned and ready to go. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to move on to project number 1, which is very exciting for all of us, quite frankly, is the affordable apartments. What's great about this phase of the project is that Portland Community Reinvestment Initiatives, or PCRI, they have a long history of success in creating affordable housing in Northeast Portland. Well over 30 years of development and creating livable, affordable, and sustainable rental properties. The residents will definitely have some pretty nice amenities when they move into the property. Amenities such as a community room, culturally specific resident services, as well as early childcare services and actual parking, which is a premium in Northeast Portland. So I'm sure a lot of the residents are going to be excited about that piece, as well as having access to childcare on site, which is very nice. Again, with PCRI's history and standards, sustainability is built in all of their affordable housing projects. So the residents, they get to have energy efficient appliances. They will have access to temperature control units and so on. Within the structure, we're looking at 6 stories, 85 units, which was already reiterated this evening. They're going to be serving the income population of 30 to 60% of the area median family income. There's going to be a suite of between 1 to 3 bedroom units at the complex, with average rents ranging from just over $660 to a maximum of roughly $1,800, so which is still within the range of affordability for those who are at 60 to 80% AMI. As far as the schedule for that project, we're looking at August of 2027. So we're definitely on track for that. So once the site has been properly remediated, we'd like to see that process take place on or before August of 2027. As far as investment, PHB, our sister agency, Portland Housing Bureau, they're providing in the form of pre-development loan resources of $1.5 million. Construction and permanent financing loans per unit has it's an estimated cost of $150 per unit. So $150,000 per unit, excuse me, which is quite generous per unit. Again, that's going to incorporate a lot of the sustainability and energy efficiency components, and really making it a viable living space for those who will be renting at those locations. And again, additional costs related to making the building suitable for occupancy. That investment from Portland Housing Bureau will allow for those resources to be utilized for that purpose as well. So that's project one. Again, the affordable apartments. Next slide, please. Project number two will be the affordable homeownership units, which there's the term that I'm sure you all have heard, the missing middle. It's unfortunate that that is the case, and that's a reality of today, but Project 2, developed by our partner that we work with, Audrake Development, they have put a lot of effort and work in really visioning what the potential first-time home buyers, what they're going to be looking for their homes, quite frankly. And with 20 units of affordable homeownership units and opportunities for wealth creation and generational wealth transfer, I think these properties in particular will definitely suit the needs of the first-time home buyers. The target audience will be folks with income ranges of 80 to 120% of the area median income. Unit size is going to be about anywhere between 1,200 to 1,800 square feet, and price range between 200 up to 500,000. But again, that's subject to market conditions and so on. But again, the emphasis will be affordable. Each down payment assistance, homeownership recipient will be eligible for down payment assistance resources as well through Portland Housing Bureau's Down Payment Assistance Loan Program, which is also a grant income-based down payment assistance program, which will again allow for affordability for the first-time home buyers at the site. We're scheduled for no later than June of 2026, so that's just around the corner. And again, that's going to allow for the first-time home buyers to be able to take occupancy and again and tie into the amenities. They're not just getting homes that will, you just throw them up in days. I mean, these are quality, energy efficient homes that have mindfulness when it comes to sustainability that's built in. 5 of the units out of the 20 will have ADUs attached to the properties, which will also allow opportunities for those who have larger families or and some families, where they have elders or whomever that would like to have kind of their own space. So I thought that was also a really great addition. And that was something that was also vetted from the community at large as well, is having additional space for families to spread out and also for multi-generational housing, which is great. So the investment that's being put forth, again, up to 120% of the area median income. There's, again, outdoor space. As far as amenities, each of the units will have access to parking, which is great. So each of the home buyers, again, will be able to really take advantage of the collective site. And we'll go into that when we go to the next part of the project, which will be Project 3. The homes in question will be a structure where they'll have up to 2 to 3 bedrooms. Again, very roomy, up to 1,800 square feet maximum for livability for those homeowners and families that, again, want to have comfort and stability. And that, to me, that's very exciting. So we're very happy for these folks once they take possession of these properties. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry. Okay, and wrap up on my end. Last part of the project here is the Black Business Hub. It's already been alluded to this evening. Very excited about that. That's going to be a culmination of a multitude of partners that will be engaged in that process. A lot of the amenities will be a plaza, community space, affordable commercial space for rental for small businesses, access to technical assistance, and also access to resources in the form of access to capital and other benefits that will help the African-American community that's seeking entrepreneurial benefits and growth. So we're very excited about that aspect. We do have an initial investment in that process as well. And again, we're very excited overall. So we love to get your blessing regarding the project. I'm sure you've been all made aware of it throughout the last couple of years, but again, just so you're all comfortable with the fact that we're making progress. We have a succinct team of parties that we're working with, and we really appreciate any guidance, support, accolades, whatever you feel that's necessary. Again, we're very excited about this, and this has been a labor of love for a lot of us, quite frankly. So thank you.
All right, next slide, please. Good afternoon, Chair Cruz, Commissioners, Executive Director Branham, Kay Little. I'm the Asset and Investment Manager at Prosper Portland. I'll take just a couple of minutes to go over the highlights of the loan that we're awarding, or that we're proposing. As we mentioned, it's a $10 million loan that will be forgivable as certain milestones are met for the project. Initially, what the funds will be allocated for is the environmental remediation work across the entire site. Just also want to note that PHB has committed an additional $2 million toward that remediation work. So the environmental remediation will be the first thing, and then any funds that are remaining after that will be allocated toward the Black Business Hub. As far as the interest rate goes, there's no interest rate on the work for the environmental remediation, but the interest rate on any other use of the funds will be at 2.5%. We have, as we mentioned, structured this to be a forgivable loan, but if for some reason there's a portion of it that is not forgiven because a milestone hasn't been reached, it'll have a 10-year repayment term with those payments starting once the project has stabilized. And then we also will not be securing the loan initially for the remediation work, but once that land transfer is actually completed to the CDC, then we'll lien the property, which of course that'll be released once the loan is forgiven. So that's the highlights of the loan.
Then I think we have a couple more folks for invited testimony. Maybe we should have them come up now. And forgive me, I'm not going to say this properly. Anili Halava, is that correct? You have to go? Okay. And then Bryson Davis. Thank you for coming.
Hi, thank you. Like my watch decided to die. So I think I have 2 minutes maybe. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Commissioners, Chair, and Executive Director for having us here to talk about the project. I'm going to speak toward the sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social equity benefits of the project. And so my name is Anile Halova, and I'm the founder of Adre. We're an equity-centered real estate development company here in Portland. We are the campus developer for the entire site, and then we are the developer for the homeownership project and then the Black Business Hub. We are co-developing in the sense that the affordable apartment project is being developed by our partner PCRI. And so speaking about the whole site in general, in terms of environmental sustainability, my company won an Energy Trust of Oregon Net Zero Fellowship to study this site independently in thinking about district systems for equity-centered development. So net zero energy, waste, and water, and really how could we maximize both the energy production, but also the resilience and climate resilience of the site. And so a lot of that research money we were able to get, we've applied to our thinking about this site being a national model when it comes to to environmental sustainability in communities of color. And so with that, we are also registering the projects, all of the projects with Path to Net Zero with Energy Trust of Oregon. And then each project is going for a high level of environmental certification. In the case of the Black Business Hub that we're talking about, the loan, we will be going for LEED Gold certification. In our study that we did on the district systems, we essentially were able to show that we could get around 377 kilowatts of energy on the site and essentially create a district system with shared uses. So that's something we're going to explore. What's great about developing right now in community in Portland is we have the support of the Portland Clean Energy Fund to go toward that effort. So we've secured $4.5 million for the home ownership project, and we'll probably be going for maybe like $8 million for the Black Business Hub. And then the apartment project is automatically kind of registered because it's an affordable apartment into Portland Housing Bureau's funding for that. So this is a very unique opportunity when it comes to community benefit. I think the last thing I wanted to say is really like, what do those benefits, how do they translate to community? Really, we're talking about reduced utility costs to both the residents and then also the businesses and the Williams and Russell CDC, which will be the owner of the building. We've also been supported by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Forest Service. They gave us a $300,000 Wood Innovations Grant for the Black Business Hub to essentially demonstrate cutting-edge mass timber technology and climate resilience in the community. I don't know if there's a project like that in the United States of America yet, so we're really excited about being the first. And then I would definitely say this whole entire project is going to be a national model for delivering equitable restorative justice in communities of color. Tell me the projects that have a Black serving, Black-led client, a Black developer, a Black architect, a Black landscape architect, and a Black contractor. It would be hard to find. So diverse leadership team is really important. Obviously, with this team comes a commitment to bringing diversity in all of the forms, be it in the development, in the leasing and sale, be in the asset management. And 100% of the contractor dollars are going to go to a Black-owned firm, with 30% of the subcontractors being women and BIPOC-owned businesses. We talked a little bit about, Charles talked a little bit about that our program is going to be grounded in culturally specific services, and then the North-Northeast preference policy. So having the proximity of housing next to business creation and affordable housing specifically will grow up the next generation as far as economic development. So it's not just now community benefit, it's kind of eternal community benefit. And we would just like to say, for the grant that you were able to give for the master planning phase of this project, around 80% of those dollars have been spent with minority and women-owned businesses. So we are very dedicated as a company and as an organization with the other organizations in partnership to meet the highest standards in the nation with regard to these type of goals. Thank you.
All right, I am Bryson Davis. I am the board chair and the president of the Williams and Russell CDC. I was also the co-chair of the project working group back when it was a project working group. So this land has a long history that's harmed the Black community's relationship with the city. The original buildings, as Amy mentioned, were torn down in the 1970s, leaving a hole in Portland's Black community. Leaving people looking for new homes, leaving Black businesses out on the street. Even 20 years later, in the early 90s, Portland was still grappling with its long history of redlining and oppressing its black citizens. And even with the original institution of ICURA in 2000, there is still, much of it was still used in ways that promoted gentrification and pushed many more of the Black residents out of North and Northeast Portland. When we started this project, faith in Prosper was pretty low. This is despite genuine efforts to improve it. Prosper just rebranded from the PDC, but that didn't stop any of the derogatory nicknames. I'm sure we've all heard Profit Portland. And over the 7 years that we've been doing this work and talking about Prosper's contribution, I've heard a lot of skepticism about Prosper's commitment. Prosper is doing that. Sure, we'll see. Did you get that in writing? Just wait. Prosper will be up to its same old tricks. I had a conversation with somebody who's had a lot of dealings with Prosper over the years and was close to this project. And the way they tell the story about the project and the way they saw the project was like listening to a conspiracy-filled political thriller. It was, this project was never supposed to happen. This person was put in place to shut it down. That person was put in place to shut us down. This thing was put in place. That thing was put in place. You listen to their telling of it, the people at the top never wanted the project to go forward. What they were looking for was for the project to implode and for people at Prosper to be able to say, see, we tried, we gave the community a chance, but they weren't ready, and then just get back to business as usual. Now, I know that's not the case. I've been working on this project for 7 years. While there's many things that I would like to improve in the process, I know that Prosper and the Housing Bureau took a risk, turning over the direction of this project to members of the community, many of whom, actually all of whom of us are not professional developers. It may not be obvious from the outside to people who haven't been a part of this project, but I know that none of the components of the project were directed by Prosper staff or by Prosper. I know that Prosper, the Housing Bureau, and the City of Portland, they have let our community decide what we want to build and how we want to build it, and the team that we want to help us build it. I know that in a lot of ways, Prosper has put its faith in our community and has stood behind this project and what this project means, even when there's been other people who've gotten cold feet. Now, I also know that no point did Kimberly and Mayor Wheeler meet in some back room to develop some sinister plans to thwart what we were doing. Even in Ted Wheeler's scruffier phases, neither of them have a mustache to twirl, right? I know that both of them have stood behind this project from the beginning and continue to stand behind it. But what I know to be the case doesn't matter if the results are the same. To the community, we'd all be Scooby-Doo villains, delivering the same old empty promises if this project isn't seen through, even if we have the right intentions behind what we're trying to do. The main theme of this project is wealth restoration, but there's a second theme to this project, and that's faith restoration. It doesn't matter how many groups are convened, how many projects are planned, how many studies are done, or how many statements are made. If there's no faith that the city has their back, that their city will help them thrive, for many of the people in the Black community, it might as well still be 1970. It's an election year, and there's one line that Democrats across the country have been chanting: we're not going back. Now, with this project, we make it clear that we're not going back to a time where projects risk getting scuttled because government agencies don't have perfect information and because there are some unknown risks. With this project, we're making it clear that we're not going back to a time when community projects are delayed in perpetuity, working groups are disbanded, and promises never fulfilled. With this project, we make it clear that we're not going back to a time where our city wasn't willing to share in the inherent risks of our community's development. And with this project, we make it clear that we're not going back to a time where the city didn't lead the charge and press the issues on behalf of its vulnerable and historically oppressed citizens. We're not going back to 1970. We're not going back to 1990. And this project is the future of our government. This project is the future of our community. And thanks to the support of Kimberly and all of the staff here, we're not going back. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments. Appreciate it. We actually have two more. I apologize, I didn't call up the other two invited testimony folks for today. John Washington and Justice Raji. If you'd like to join us, that'd be great.
Jersey boys, come up at the same time. Just for the record, I'm not that guy he was talking about. Good evening, Chair Cruz and the rest of the panel. My name is John Washington, and I'm the Executive Director for the Seoul District Business Association. You know, most of these people stole my thunder. You know, JT coming up here first stole it in the beginning, but that's okay. I'll work with that. You know, a dear friend of mine, Maxine, former director of PCRI, used to say something about affordable housing. Affordable housing and in perpetuity is not the answer to our community. It's certainly not the answer to prosperity. But when we looked at this model, what was said, I agree with, is that this should be a model that should be an example around the country. But not so much because of the price, because of the way we acquired the property, all of those things, but more so how the model is built to provide hope and upward mobility in the structure of affordable housing. And what I mean by that is that if you look at some of the earlier, and I've been around with some of the earlier developments of affordable housing, and if you look at how they were built, they were perfectly needed, and they were built out of a crisis situation most of the time. And where they were built and how many they were built together, most of them were built on the MLK corridor, the earlier ones. And now we're yielding the harvest of what somebody not thinking completely through those is what we're experiencing. And crime is moving up into those directions, those types of things. But when we look at the structure of this project, what we really enjoy looking at is the fact that the people who move into these affordable homes can see a vision or a dream for tomorrow by looking at the houses that they can purchase at some point in time. And also in that environment, there's an agitation or an opportunity for upward mobility in the business hub, that they can come in and they can afford to design their destiny. And so I'm really happy with the structure of this. To me, back in the day, these kinds of sites were called holistic development. They were rounded, they were supportive of the community, and they had an intention. They delivered on the outcomes. And so what I'm enjoying about this site, as I said, is that it has an ability to create the wealth that we're talking about. Not just leave people in perpetuity and in poverty, but show them ways and opportunities to move beyond and into their dreams. So that's what I want you guys to take away from this. And I know it's late at the end of the night, and I hated being in this last person position for y'all, but that's okay. I appreciate you taking a minute.
Peace. My name is Justice Raji. I'm the secretary of the board of the Williams-Russell CDC. Some of you have seen me in some other capacities, which may come up in my testimony about this project. The thing I think is most salient is I've been involved with this from the beginning. I missed the first meeting because of health and family timing, and I was in every step of the way through every, how you say this? Very challenging community engagement to not just find the trust to trust prosper, to trust the city, to trust legacy, to trust whatever other powers that may be were in the room, but also to trust each other. That we were not participating in a process to ultimately be harmed once again. I want to elevate, and if you've not had the chance to go back and reflect the things that came out of the project working group's community input, the overwhelming energy was we want to see something done. And when the rubber meets the road and the technical tools and the vehicles that we see other communities, other entities access to get things done, that we're afforded that same opportunity, especially when we have assembled, I think, some of the best and the brightest and the strongest and the most capable folks right from this city. As an adopted cousin of Portland, I was not raised there, but I've been for 20 years, and I've served in this community in many capacities in that time. I gave my word that I would see this through to the end on behalf of those who, quite frankly, they've had enough. They can't take it. They want to see these things through. They want to believe it's going to be different, but they've taken too many. So I said, I'm in there. I got it. I will do what I can and commit myself to this process. And as my other hat that you've seen me here before, government has to work for us. You have to we need these tools. We need you to show up when these vehicles and these processes, that as long as we do all the things that we're going to do, which the community has, we've not wavered. There's not been a break in the action. There's not been a pause in the commitment. There's not been a detraction from the goal. There's not been a diversion from what we started at any point. So with that, I want to say thank you for hearing my testimony, but also understand we need this so that we can get the job done, because that is what will rebuild trust. That's it. Thank you.
I'm not sure if he wasn't the guy, however.
Great, thanks to both of you for coming. Really appreciate all your input to this. Then we also have Kara Stoudemire Phillips on Zoom.
Good evening. I'm the one that's keeping everyone from dinner and family, so I'll be brief. As many have shared, I have been on this committee since the very beginning when it was the project working group. I'm born and raised right here in Portland. My family actually owns one of the properties, was one of the families that did not lose their property, that did not give up their property, that my grandmother fought for that to keep our family's home, which is right across the street from Harriet Tubman Middle School still today. So this is very near and dear to my heart to be a part of this work. And I just want to, the three entities that did come together, I know it wasn't easy for those three entities to actually come together from the very beginning. I remember being at the press conference and in the back room and all of those things. But there's still some things that we need to do to get us across that finish line. And so we're really calling on Prosper to be the one that steps up and is the entity of the three that says, yes, we made this commitment and yes, we will get this done. So that is really why we are here today, and just want to reiterate, I thank all of my colleagues and friends that are a part of this work on the committee. And that is just what I wanted to share, that there is still more work to do. And we are looking to Prosper to be that entity of the three that really helps us to get it across the finish line and say, yes, we are standing up for community. Yes, we are reestablishing trust. Yes, we are committed. Yes, we are here with you. And we thank you for that. And we trust that that will be what happens today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have two folks here for public testimony. Chris Smith with No More Freeways, and Heidi Hart with Portland, looks like Portland Neighbors Welcome. And just please join us. And reminder, we have our three-minute clock. So, but look forward to your testimony. Thank you for coming.
Push the button. All right. Chris Smith with the No More Freeways campaign. We're mostly known for opposing things, particularly freeways that harm the community and don't deliver benefits. So why am I here? Well, we're a climate justice organization, and we recognize that climate justice has to be intersectional. And at Rose Quarter, that means that we're trying to find a way to support the freeway caps at the same time that we try and keep the freeway from being widened and walk that tightrope. So delighted to be here where all those intersections line up. This is a transportation efficient location. I get to bicycle past it once or twice a week. Decent bus service, and obviously the racial justice aspects of this have been articulated tonight, and I can't add anything to that. I had the pleasure of helping advance the rezoning of this land when I was on the Planning Commission. Glad to see that happen. So we're just here to celebrate and be able to say yes to something. So please support this. It's a wonderful project.
Hi, Commissioners. I am Heidi Hart. For the record, I am Board Treasurer of Portland Neighbors Welcome, and I'm speaking on behalf of the organization today. Portland Neighbors Welcome is a grassroots, all-volunteer, pro-housing, pro-tenant group that organizes for housing justice in Portland. We strongly support the Williams and Russell project and urge the Prosper Portland Board to fully fund the Black Business Hub element of the project. We appreciate Prosper Portland and the city's leadership on restorative justice and community-led visioning, and the funding for this project should reflect that the community-led process to create this project determined that Black entrepreneurship was a key goal. We know that businesses are a key part of healthy, walkable, prosperous, and connected communities, and the destruction of the Hill Block destroyed one of the historical centers of the African American commercial district in Portland. The community-led visioning that determined that supporting Black entrepreneurship, repeating myself there, access to shops, offices, and business development and training is a significant benefit not only to the larger community, but more specifically to the community members who will be living in the adjacent apartments and townhouses. Children, people with mobility impairments, and really all residents will be able to access community spaces and businesses without needing to cross the street. And we know that both disabled and Black Portlanders and the intersections therein are at a higher risk of traffic violence. People of all ages experience health benefits from living in walkable communities and save money by either driving shorter distances or being able to forego the expense of a car. Affordable commercial space will help reduce the often capital-heavy cost of starting a business. Prompt funding and building of the business hub will also minimize the amount of time that residents will live adjacent to an active construction site. The holistic approach that the community-led visioning process decided on, where the affordable housing and wealth generation through equity goals of the project are supported by the Black Business Hub, the 20, 60 to 100% AMI affordable home ownership townhouses, and the 85 affordable rental units at 30 to 60% AMI, reflects the success of this new model, and we hope that it can be utilized for future projects, both in Portland and in other cities. Our organization looks forward to watching the Williams and Russell projects move forward. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks to both of you for coming. Okay, so, all right. Do we have any questions or comments for staff or for anyone else? Everyone's tired.
It's not out of disrespect, but out of an urgency to continue with the
Okay,
yeah.
great.
The vote, yes.
Okay, I'd like to move item 9 on our agenda
Right to it.
to support this project.
Great, thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of approving resolution number 7580?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thanks very much to everybody for coming.
Oh, I cannot be more
Okay.
excited about that.
What's that?
Oh, I was just saying I can't be more excited about that. It's freaking amazing.
It's amazing.
It's
Yeah,
freaking
it's
amazing.
amazing.
I might have been the conspiracy theorist who was talking
No,
about
this is great.
I was like,
This
what's
is
that mean?
great. Come a long way. So, okay, so next we have, thank you. Next we have item 10. This is an action item. It's a celebration, but also a little sad. Resolution of commendation and appreciation of Kimberly Branham for distinguished service and outstanding dedication to prosper Portland and the city of Portland. So would someone like to start? Well, I think we'll have a little discussion amongst the board first, and then we'll have invited testimony. Anybody?
Is this where we get to say wonderful things about Kimberly?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that I have had the opportunity to only be on this board for a year. And in that year, I have watched and learned about Kimberly's work and your deft hand in navigating. And I think Hope, and her team, who I think drafted this resolution, did a much better job of articulating all of your accomplishments, Kimberly. But you came into leadership of this agency at a time with 2 monumental tasks. And one was to center equity in the work that we did. And the second was to address the TIF cliff. And you have done so with so much skill. And I can't say enough about how fortunate we are and how fortunate I personally have been to have your advice and all of your education that I've benefited from for the last year. So thank you so much.
Sure. We'll go from right to left today. I just want to echo the sentiments. I mean, I think the leadership over the last decade or so has been incredible. I want to share just a personal anecdote that's perhaps a little bit more topical. I think, we spent a lot of time on an economic development trip down to Oakland, where I think it was really the first time that we had spoken sort of at length. And we dreamed about a Portland, perhaps with a baseball team, which I hope that you carry that dream forward with you. And never lose sight of that. Portland ought to have a baseball team, and perhaps in the new role, which I hear has a lot of land, there might be an opportunity for said baseball team to manifest itself into Portland. So if perhaps I can connect the origin point with the end point and leave you with a thing to consider, think of what a baseball team in our town might offer. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess I'm on the other side of that spectrum, but but I'm loving our WNBA get. So, I've known you for a very long time. You didn't exist. I just want to thank you for the impact that you've had, not only on our city, but on the members at SEIU. I think I've known you since you've worked in the mayor's office and really centered low-income people there in economic development. And that is a rare, rare gem. I think you heard from a lot of the community tonight about what happens when people don't do that. And I'm gonna cry, and I'm an empathetic crier. I can't look at you. And Kimberly's been fantastic. And I just want to say, like, when you came to Prosper at the time, it was the Portland Development Commission, and I had a deep and well-seated hatred for the Portland Development Commission. And I think that the incredible work that you have done to really transform something that was, mistrusted in our community to a trusted partner, I think is incredible. And there's nobody else who could have done that work. And then for me personally, it was just looking at the Lentz, the projects that you've done. And I personally live in Lentz, and I've watched the neighborhood change and grow. And the whole time I kept thinking, oh, this is it. I got to move again. This is it. And you did it in a way where I got to stay. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, what to say? It's hard to do this and not get a little teary-eyed because I've had the pleasure of working with Kimberly for quite a while now. I met her about 10 years ago working on the strategic plan for Prosper. And then we've been colleagues and friends for about 8 years in her role as executive director. And I can remember being on the hiring committee for Kimberly and thinking about our great candidates at the time and thinking to myself, well, if I make one great decision, this will be it. And it turned out to be a great decision. So couldn't have done better. And I'm just so appreciative for everything she's done and for just for all she brings. She's smart, she's strategic, she's unflappable, she's courteous, she's universally respected around the city. She's a great colleague, and I really appreciate her drive, which is really a love for Portland and for its residents. And I'm just so appreciative and grateful for her service over all these years. So I could say more. I could go on all day, but those are the things that come to mind. And we have, yes, folks. Yes.
And this is from.
Oh, okay. Sure, I'll do that. So we have several folks here in the form of, as invited testimony. So we'll get to them in a moment. But I'm also going to read some comments from Aneshka Colas-Dixon, who used to be on our Prosper board some years ago. I served with her on the board then. I think she was on the board when I first started, and she was terrific. So I'm going to go ahead and read her comments. I remember the excitement of joining the commission in 2011 as the youngest commissioner appointed to the board. Along the way, Kimberly, who at the time was the Director of Economic Development in Mayor Sam Adams' office, played a vital role in that journey with me. She was even younger than me, but displayed an incredible intelligence and poise. The entire vetting process with Kimberly was an exhilarating experience. Her calm, reassuring voice encouraged me to pursue what was often a very public and at times controversial role, especially as a young woman of color stepping into a space that had historically been fraught with tension in the Black community. Kimberly's presence made me feel that my voice mattered and that our shared history of past wrongs deserved to be heard and corrected. Her dedication to supporting and advancing causes for people of color was inspiring and impactful. Kimberly's leadership as executive director for Prosper Portland has been nothing short of impressive. The city is in great hands with her as she transitions to her new role at the Port of Portland. I am confident that her vision and leadership will continue to drive meaningful change and growth for our community. Aneshka Dixon. So, we have several folks here as invited testimony. Charles Wilhoit, Willie Myers, Patrick Quinton, Tori Campbell, and then, of course, we've just heard from Aneshka. If you folks would like to come up to the podium, that would be great. And it's good to see all of you. Welcome back.
I need some tissue over here.
Welcome back.
Oh, okay. Here comes it.
Please.
Well, first of all, Chair Cruz and Commissioners, it is a pleasure to be here this evening for a number of reasons. I came to express my gratitude for Kimberly, but I got to sit and listen through a couple of very important matters that you voted on. And it made me realize how much I think I missed being up there with you. I'm not quite sure. But it is wonderful to be here, and I have nothing but wonderful things to say about Kimberly. And I have been involved in a lot of things in this city, and sometimes I go home and I talk to my wife, which, we all do. And my youngest heard me say one day, I was talking about something that Kimberly was involved in, and he heard me say, she's a very good human being. What does that mean? He said, why is that the most important thing? I said, well, when you're a very good human being and you're wicked smart and you're passionately committed to helping other people, and you get put in a position where you can do that, the very good human being part is the most important component of that character. And I said, the person I'm talking about came to an organization that had a lot of stress and a lot of challenge, and it was because of a breach of trust in our community. And when you're a very good human being and you come into that role, you can help with that situation. And as I sit here and look at this commission, and I look at the people in this room, and I look at the composition of the workforce of this organization, that's the impact of a very good human being. So when I look at Kimberly, I have never been in a meeting with Kimberly when she didn't smile. It didn't matter what was going on. She's a very good human being because she connects with people, she engages with people, and she works with people, and she's always thinking about other people. And all I will say now is I look at her beautiful kids. I've known her husband, John, for a long time. When Kimberly came to PDC, we were at dinner one night, and I remember Kimberly talking about John. She said, well, what do you think, Charles? I said, well, I think John is smart, and he's going to do what any person in his position would do. And as I look here today, they're married, they have beautiful kids, and they impact this city and this state. And I will join the comments that were made earlier. Kimberly's moving on. We're going to miss her in this role. And she's going to the port, and she will exert even greater impact on this state at the port. And I'm here to say I've appreciated every moment of association with you, and I wish you nothing but the best in your next steps. So thank you very much. Second oldest guy.
Oh, I guess we're going age. I guess I deserve that one. Well, now, good evening, everybody. Good to see you, Chair. I don't know how long it's been, but good to see you again. And I'm really happy to be here to chime in on all the wonderful things about Kimberly. It's often said about this work, the work of Prosper Portland and similar organizations, that you get to finish a lot of work that others start, and you start a lot of work that others finish. And I just have to say, I left a lot of work for Kimberly to finish. And as you can see tonight, she did. I mean, and it's been brought up, the financial sustainability issue. It was, when I left, it was really uncertain, made significant strides there, bought a really big piece of property over there and said, here, to figure out what to do with it. And obviously that will take a long time, but lots of progress there. And then I think tonight with this last item, we had begun to put in place a plan and ideas about how we begin to correct the wrongs of the past, how we deal with the racist history of this organization. And she'd made good on that promise. And that's just the beginning of the list of of things that she's done in her time. And when I think about from afar, watching from afar, your tenure, you accomplished all this as a complex organization, complex projects, and then in the middle, we threw in this once in a many generation pandemic that changed the entire course of what this agency was about and what the challenges that this city faces. And you stepped up to that, and the agency stepped up to that, and truly an extraordinary time here. And I just want to say, as served in this role, there are personal sacrifices that you make, that families make. I'm so glad that your kids are here. I'm glad that John's here. It is a 24/7 job, and to serve the city in this capacity means that your family contributes to your service to the city. So thank you to your family. I certainly know what that's like. And then the last thing I'll just say is that we're talking about Prosper Portland, but for the past 15 years, Kimberly has been the single most influential person in the city on economic development. She's transformed the way that we think about economic development in the city of Portland, and that's led to all the initiatives that we talk about. So starting from the mayor's office and then coming to work with me when I was here, and then leading this yourself. So it's not simply just this time at Prosper. This has been a significant chunk of your career, and I'm not exaggerating. I can't think of a more influential person in how this city and how we've intervened in our local economy to not only to help make it more prosperous, but also to make it more inclusive, to expand opportunities. So as a continue to be resident of Portland despite where my employment is, I thank you for your service and really do appreciate it and congratulate you on this transition. So.
It would be me next. Kimberly, I want to echo a lot of the things that have already been said, especially to your family for all the time that as a leader you invested in this organization and guiding us in that direction, in the direction that we have moved. I'm going to disagree with Charles on one point, is that I didn't miss tonight at all. Tonight was one of those meetings where it would have been a little tough to get all the way through, but for the last 10 years that we've worked together closely, you've been a thought partner, a friend, an advisor, and I can't say how much I appreciate that. I'm excited to watch you in your next chapter at the Port. I know that there are big things coming, and I know that you're going to lead them in the right direction there as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, all the commissioners. Kimberly, so much has already been said that I'd be like, yep, ×3 on. To see your kids up there. When I came, he was in your belly. I guess kids, your mom is good people. Like she really is, as Charles said. I think as I was coming over here trying to come up with a bit of a word picture, a metaphor, I would be remiss if I didn't have something like that for you. And was thinking about what would best describe the effect of your leadership in the city. And coming off the heels of the 2024 Summer Olympics, where you see the display of really some of the most incredible human beings in the world. Many of them are the best in their sport. Many of them are generational talents. We will never see that kind of person ever again. And that's not hyperbole. That is the truth. And I feel like that you fit in that same class. And I was trying to think of an event that would best describe the nature of your leadership, how it feels and what it looks like, and the way in which you display it. And a couple of different events came to mind because no singular event really describes who you are to the city. I thought about the 400-meter hurdles, right? And we have a tremendous person who has modeled how to be a champion in that sport for us. The way in which you have to pace yourself, be focused and drive, all the while jumping over things with joy, the hurdles, and you do that to yourself, the hurdles that you have to overcome. But I thought 400 meter, that's not enough because Kimberly's beyond that. So I'm making up a new event. It's the 800 meters hurdles because I think the nature of your work is that demanding. And yet at the same time, there is a unique drive and dedication and focus that you run with, where you are able to run with both pace and strategy, to lean into the complexities of what it means to not only build a more resilient economy for our city, but also to probably do the harder work, which is to rebuild trust with communities harmed over the last decade, that you've done this work. And you run in such a way where you don't lose form. I don't know how you don't do that. You know, like everyone says she's always smiling, right? And I realize that you are a human. There are moments where you drop a cuss word here and there. We'll never hear it on the mic, but I think there is such a grace by which you move that it's compelling to watch. Like, dang, how does she keep it going? And you're good at it. And we are blessed and fortunate as a city and as people. I would say your greatest contribution, more than any project that has been done, has been the impact you've had on people around you. And I think it's already been said, what Bryce said about the community saying, is this going to work? And now after seven years, like that's an 800-meter hurdle example, people like, I think we can trust a few people in Prosper Portland and the composition of the organization, how many more people are working here that look like me saying, this is a place that I actually think I can do the work and do the mission. It's a testament to your commitment to running that 800-meter hurdle race. And then I think the last picture I'll leave is from a classic movie, which is Forrest Gump. Like he was running, and I'm pretty sure that if people are going to ask you, like, what got you to do this for that long a tenure and that sustained pressure and commitment, probably what will come out of your heart because you love the city is, I was running, and that would be it. Like that's because that's just who you are. Like that's just how you do. And now you're like, I'm ready to go home. and behind you, we would pan, and your greatest contribution is you created a whole gamut of people who are willing to run 800-meter hurdle races now in the city for equity, for resiliency, for work pay equity, to see women lead in positions and get the space that they need to do the dope work that they do on behalf of the city. And so I have lungs now that can run 800-meter hurdles that I didn't have before I worked with you. I didn't want to run that kind of race, but that's what a brother signed up for when he started running with you. And I'm sure many others could come to the mic and say, but for you, I wouldn't have learned to lead, and to run with pace and with vigor and determination and spirit. And so thank you for your contribution to the city and to all those who are following in your wake. There's hundreds, maybe thousands because of it.
Great comments. Thanks to all of you for coming. It was terrific.
So I know it's been a really long evening. These two people right next to me need to be doing homework and heading in, but I'm so touched, and I'm going to try to keep it together. I just want to say a few words. So I'm going to start by expressing my deep appreciation to the Prosper Portland Board, and both to the talented current group of civic leaders who volunteer your time, who always take my call, are always responsive, and those who I've had a chance to work with and for over the last 8 years. So Tom Kelly and Mark Edlin and Dr. Moreland Capuya, and of course Willie and Charles and Francesca Gambetti and Peter Platt. And I just can't emphasize enough how much Tavo has been an incredible boss, and I've been so fortunate to work along people who exemplify what it means to give back to community. We are staff are paid. We do this. You all have day jobs, and still you're here because you love the city, and that's inspiring, and we are so appreciative. I also want to appreciate former Mayor Hales and Mayor Wheeler, who supported the board in taking a chance on me in this role. And I'm really grateful for the close partnership with Mayor Wheeler. I want to note that he and his staff were very supportive in providing the resources, the Boomerang resources that started when Patrick was here and was a kind of a glimmer in our collective eye, and now means that we can continue to be the organization that we need to be for the city, and I am so thankful for that partnership. Next, I want to appreciate Pam, who's made it possible for me to be present and responsive in my role. We've worked incredibly close together. She's become like family for me. I'm going to miss you so much. And
This job, as Patrick mentioned, is an enormous responsibility, and it just doesn't happen without Pam for me. Yeah, thank you so much. It's been an honor to work alongside the entire Prosper Portland team. I both current and former colleagues, so Tori and so many others who've contributed, there just really isn't a more dedicated group of effective, creative, solutions-oriented, or value-driven people amongst any agency. The fact that we've been able to rethink and retool the way that we do our work to advance equitable growth, and the fact that today that's why the majority of people who are at the organization are part of the organization. The fact that we have supported our organization's financial viability and completely pivoted our work during the pandemic to support hundreds and hundreds of businesses who were adversely impacted is because of the talented, dedicated staff who love Portland so much, and who also have family members and partners who are deeply committed to our work. So thank you to the staff, and thank you to your families who support you in that work. I want to thank the entire management team and the executive team for being incredible thought partners and allowing me to let down my guard and sometimes use the not suitable for public consumption words, to celebrate together, to learn together, to support one another, our colleagues and me personally. It's been an intense time period between the pandemic, becoming a parent, having kids that were growing up. So I'm incredibly thankful, really thankful to Shay and Lisa for stepping into the interim role. I can't tell you what a sense of peace it gives me to know that our organization is in such good hands going forward. There's so many external partners who are here in this room who I just want to say thank you to, and there are too many to mention, but I actually want to appreciate in particular Bryson and Justice and everybody who was on the project working group, because it's a risky endeavor to stand behind an organization that is so distrusted, and to be willing to trust enough to stay there. And then if things are going well, to continue to engage and to hold us to account, but also to be there for, and to stand alongside us as we are trying to repair that. So I know it's been a huge, huge contribution, and I'm really, really grateful for your partnership and your vision. And I can't wait to see the groundbreaking, and I can't wait. So finally, I want to express my appreciation to my family. Everybody who's asking how I do it, his name is John Branham, and he's right here. He is an incredible partner. He picks up the kids, he drops off the kids. He is my champion. He is my best friend. And it is really it's intense, right? It's intense. And there's a lot at the end of the day that I have to offload, and it just doesn't happen without John. So I love you and thank you. And then my kids who have shared this role with me, who've come to all the My People's Markets, who have learned a lot more about public policy than most children. And who we do this work for. So thank you so much. I look forward to cheering the work on as I continue to be a resident of Portland and just have so much love in my heart for each and every one of you. Thank you for this incredible opportunity. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so now I have the honor to read resolution number 7548. There's a resolution of commendation and appreciation of Kimberly Branham for distinguished service and outstanding dedication to Prosper Portland and the city of Portland. Whereas Kimberly Branham joined the staff of Prosper Portland in April 2011 and was appointed as executive director on August 8, 2016. Whereas Kimberly Branham has served at Prosper Portland for 13 years and has announced plans to take a position with the Port of Portland. Whereas Kimberly Branham led Prosper Portland in its transition to a new agency name, commitment to building an equitable economy, and the development of a long-term financial sustainability plan. Whereas Kimberly Branham led the city's economic response to the pandemic and subsequent recovery efforts. Whereas Kimberly Branham led the drafting and approval of Advance Portland, a call to action for inclusive economic growth. Whereas Kimberly Branham led redevelopment efforts across the city, including work in the Broadway Corridor, Williams and Russell, Central East Side, Gateway, Lentz Town Center, and South Waterfront. Whereas Kimberly Branham led Portland's economic development efforts through small business support, business advancement, and the Office of Events and Film. Whereas Kimberly Branham ensured that equity and inclusion were at the forefront of Prosper Portland's work, both internally and externally, and always ensured that staff consider who benefits from agency investments, policies, and programs. Whereas Kimberly Branham is highly regarded both by her colleagues and by public, private, and nonprofit partners for her passion, hard work, and commitment to collaboration. Whereas Kimberly Branham has diligently and forthrightly carried out her civic duties on behalf of Prosper Portland and in the best interest of the city, and has ably represented Portland throughout the state, across the nation, and internationally. Whereas Kimberly Branham's positive impact on Portland will be felt and seen throughout the city for decades to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Prosper Portland individually and collectively commends Kimberly Branham for her service to Prosper Portland and to the constituency of the city of Portland that Prosper Portland represents, and be it further resolved that this resolution shall become effective immediately upon its adoption. It's a lawyer thing. It's all true. So, would someone like to make?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. This is gonna bug me if I don't say this. I think did Patrick leave? Shoot. Okay, well, just for the record, and I really want to appreciate Patrick. I would not be at this organization. I was planning to leave the mayor's office to go work at OHSU, and he encouraged me to come. And so, thank you, Patrick. Sorry.
Thank you, Patrick. All right. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve resolution number 7581? Actually, this form says 7548, but my script says 7581. So
I'd like to make a move.
Whichever resolution it is. 48.
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve resolution number 7548.
Second.
All right. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Okay, there being no further items on the agenda, this Prosper Portland board meeting is now adjourned.